Welcome on in, Pokemon Unite trainers. To the right of me, this is my left. Husky's supposed to be here. She's not here yet. Actually, she told me she'd be about an hour late. She's got some things to handle, some dungeons and dragons to slay. Is that what you do in Dungeons and Dragons? I don't know. By the way, trainers, we are here for the Articuno Unite League playoffs. It is the top 16 bracket. All single elimination. Should be a pretty good one. And this is normally where I say, hi, Husky, how are you doing? But we have a blank screen right now, so I don't feel like talking to myself. At least for the time being. But we have a lot of action to cover today. There's going to be 2 streams live both here on my and Husky's channels, as well as I believe there is a secondary broadcast to the bracket. So if you do want to check that out, it's going to be on GX2's channel. I think it's GX2 Smash is the big one. Exclamation point bracket is going to get you the link. It's not the normal Start GG bracket, but you'll be able to see all the teams and players who are tag Kelsey in. That's great. Be able to see whoever is going to be competing today. A lot of underdunk teams, so a lot of familiar faces. Really excited to see that. We already had some teams that could not make it today, so that's why you see the -1 on there. Sugar Rush and No Objective. Meaning that our quarterfinals actually is going to start sooner than later. It is going to be the top side of the bracket is going to be GX2 channel, and then Husky and I are going to handle the bottom side of the bracket. We are going to start with D4 Gaming along with United Hashiras. It's going to be our first round matchup in our winners round. Well, I guess not even winners round. It's all single elimination. We have all B of 3, and a little bit about the map selection. We'll go back to me and my invisible friend. Map selection's all going to be Kyogre, all best of 3. So we're not going to see any Groudon, no Rayquaza, so a little bit different from our UCS format, a little bit different from our Underdunk format. By the way, high-octane matches coming in from the Articuno League. Really excited. Yeah, we are ready, very much ready to go. So feel free to get us kicked off whenever the teams are G. So it'll just be me casting. Bina might chime in a little bit. Bina's here on the cams. But I believe we have
company. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, if you wanna hang out with me. Tell me what's going on. All that fun stuff.
It's a little cold out.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. I don't think that it's going to be in the double digits until next week. Like the lows of double digits. I think we're all pretty much set up for single digit weather in Fahrenheit weather.
Would you call it sweater weather?
I am wearing a sweater. I'm wearing my Toad School sweater from Worlds today.
I'm in my Psyduck.
Oh, it's such a good. I have that one, but it's a little bit. I got an extra large because that's all they had. So
yeah, mine's massive too.
It's massive on me.
I got like a 3X, I think. It was not the one that I wanted to use, but yeah, it's okay. It's all right.
Taking a look at the band so far: Blissey, Clefable, Mew. So all pink Pokemon on the left side of the map for D4 Gaming. United Hashira is the number 2 seed in the tournament, so they are going to be favored here. They're going to ban those unfun Pokemon right now. That Mega Charizard Y, the Darkrai, and Sairlich, who's kind of re-entered the meta. We saw it a little bit on Underdunk. I'm interested to see how some of these teams are going to use it today. Blastoise, though. Blastoise,
is literally all the rolls at this point.
It's silly. It's so safe too, which is why I think teams are like, we'll just pick it first. Like if we need to, we'll put it in the top path. If we need to, we'll run it as a normal defender. So it kind of just does it all. And then you kind of have on the opposite side for Hashira's Trevenant, Vaporeon, both 2 Pokemon also kind of fit similar functions. Vaporeon can play more of that supporter style as opposed to that normal defender, and Trevenant, similar to Blastoise, maybe not as powerful, but still can kind of roam that top path and play that more damage-centric Pokemon. Cinderace, though, okay. I'm shocked that it's going this early. We got 2 A-pressers already for United Hashiras. We're talking about Bridgerton.
No.
We are getting off topic in the chat. I hope everybody's having a good Friday.
I got Jersey Mike's for later.
Did you?
Wait.
We had
cannot
Taco
wait.
Bell. We had Taco Bell.
I got a number 8 all day.
Okay,
Number 8.
what's the
Mike's
8?
Way.
What's the 8 in Canada?
Club sub.
Oh, that's what I get too.
Yep.
What do you add? Do you add the pepper relish?
I just went Mike's Way.
Okay.
No. Oh, I should have done. You always talk to me about the. What is it? The pepperoncinos?
Yeah.
Is that what I'm supposed to add?
Mm-hmm.
Dang it.
Pepperoncinos,
Forgot.
pepper relish, all really good on that one. I'm a big fan. Something we don't
hyping
see a
up
ton. They got a Palmont going on in this one. Interesting.
Europe's been playing a lot of Palmont.
That's true.
And what's the new name of Nemesis now? They also play Palmont pretty
Extinction.
consistently.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not casting. I'm just here for the vibes. I'll let you know when something cool is gonna happen. I'll be like, guess what? We're gonna watch an alt.
We're gonna watch an alt.
I could do obs comms if you want that.
All right. We're for it. We're for it.
Here we go, folks.
Here we go. We're gaming. And I'll keep an eye out on the chat if like anybody disconnects. There's not like an official like.
Okay. Yeah, I have it up on my other screen.
Okay, cool. It did get pinged. Okay, no worries.
We did? Oh, playoffs cast.
In the playoff, it's who's casting which set, by the way. Okay, yeah, we're fine.
We're good? Okay.
Yeah.
My hands are occupied.
Alrighty. Just gonna communicate that real quick. We're fine. Bottom side looking pretty strong. I do like kind of this push that Mimikyu's lining up, just making sure that this Magikarp has a little bit of support. Obviously, it takes a little bit to get online, and you don't want to have that thing fall behind too far. But very wisely, Nayahashir is going to likely match that, knowing that they want to try to keep this fish at bay on the shore. And a lot of experience going over to the Hashiras early on. They're playing it pretty slow, but I do like this other rotation that we're going to see this Miraidon. So we're going to have like a 4v3 on this top side, but Hashira is just kind of playing for bottom. Might even get ambushed here, honestly.
Oh, I forgot. Should we be practicing UCS cams?
Oh, yeah. Oh, gosh. Not the
Everybody
UCS
ready?
cam.
We're going.
We're going fast. Oh, yeah, Magikarp goes down. Okay, that is crazy. Oh, my gosh. Okay. We're all the while, we get a Quadra KO from this Palmont, just obliterating this 4v3. That's a lot of trouble if you're D4 gaming. You don't get your Magikarp online, you expend a lot of resources into this top path, and you get next to nothing to show for it, which that's gotta feel not super great. Reggie Drago in the center area. Looks like Raichu was kind of setting it up, but instead, I think they're just gonna kind of play it a little bit slower. See Malice. How's it going, Malice? Oh, we're getting some compliments on the overlay. Yeah, did a little bit of photoshopping this past week. Okay, this Mimikyu
Photoshop boy.
kind of eating right now. That's exactly what D4 needed. Double KO, level 8 now. So they've kind of matched the central area Pokemon, and they got that very needed KO. Actually, kind of gonna set up for
Kels,
level 9.
We just wanted to capture the UCS experience. That's all. We just want to make it feel like the official broadcast, you know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we just want to give everybody a little bit of a roller coaster experience because it's very thrilling. Oh man. Okay, Hashira's gonna break here. Objectives top and bottom. So knowing that the more important Reggie is up top, so that global experience and that extra buff, they're gonna prioritize that. We still have a Magikarp until I say that. And we finally have that Mega Gyarados. Evolves at level 7, so a little bit late, but better late than never, surely. Big shout out, Captain Louise. 30 months in a row. 30 months is crazy. That's like almost the entire time I've been streamer.
How many babies could you have had by then?
We could have had 3 Twitch babies. Yeah.
Wow.
3 Twitch babies.
Congratulations, you two.
The only babies that I'll ever have are cats, kittens, and Twitch babies. That's true. So we are looking for this push here. I like leaving that Blastoise just to kind of defend that T1. You don't want to really like give up that positioning already knowing that you've lost your top.
We're gonna watch a little back cap.
Okay. Okay. Yep. I was waiting for it. I always like these calls. Like, just, you have a little bit of vision on that top side. Might as well, like, get something out of this bottom, like, hold. You almost kind of pay for it. Trevenant does hit them with a nice Hornleech Woodhammer. Gonna surf away, maybe, but that's a lot of damage. Good Raichu Unite to kind of slow down that Cinderace. Actually gets the KO on Cinderace. You also force that Alchemy Unite out. Mimikyu is gonna have to go with that Shadow Sneak. Blip Blastoise. Able to get to safety. A lot of healing from D4, so they're really investing into this bottom path. That's a crazy sentence, Malice. That's a crazy sentence.
Once again, we are trading top and bottom objectives.
Yeah, I mean, this makes sense. I mean, it's been kind of a back and forth game. This Mimikyu's kind of getting a little bit out of hand, so you got to be like a little bit cautious around these team fights because it kind of seems like Turkey on this Mimikyu has been carrying a lot of these fights, and like when all the members are fighting, you know, these 5v5s, it seems like D4 Gaming is actually kind of coming out a little bit of ahead, except for that like first top push. Ooh, Gyarados with the 40. Okay, they probably get this. Oh! The Unite from Palma was crazy. You get the Mega Gyarados Unite for this push. I don't really know if I particularly like the Unite from Gyarados there. Like, I just don't feel like you get a ton of value. You're probably going to get KO'd. And you already scored your points. So that one's kind of peculiar to me. And I think you traded a ton bottom too, right? Like, I think you either just take the KO or you just fully vacate once you score. Yeah, that's tough. Hashiras comes out ahead on that exchange for sure.
Aw, which of these Pokemon would I want as a pet? I like weirdos. So
You like Mr. Mime?
yeah, I feel like tree is kind of the vibe.
Yeah. Imagine like it's a really hot summer day and you just need a big tree to sit under. That's your guy.
I just feel like we'd have like common interests, you know? I like the outdoors. I like trees. I like leaves.
You didn't say Vaporeon, so I think it's already good. Yo, Flareons, welcome in. Thanks for the raid. We are doing AUL playoffs. Good luck tomorrow, Citadel. Hope you're having a good night. Hopefully you're able to get some sleep, so if you need to raid and run, feel free to do so. I know you got a big day ahead of you tomorrow. Big weekend, really.
See you tomorrow, Flareons. Be on good behavior.
Bina says you better be on good behavior. Or else.
Back and comes with me. He's in trouble.
All right, D4 is kind of doing all right here. 25 seconds until Kyogre. You have your level 14 Mimikyu. You have complete position and control of this Kyogre. And potentially this Regieleki walking towards T2. I don't think Hashiras goes for this Aleki. I think you probably just let this in. Oh, tree.
Should we film this UCS style or?
Oh no, no, no.
There's no one out of pit that we can go look at.
Okay, good engage from Solus. Blastoise is going to push them away. That's going to be the Mega Gyarados Unite move. Solos might be getting in trouble here. Alchemy does take them out. There's that Hydro Typhoon. Oh, 4 members of the Hydro Typhoon. Cinderace does get their Unite off. Only gets the Mimikyu. Gyarados into the back line. Pays for it. And now you have a 3v3 here. Hashira's a little bit ahead in this one. Going to get pushed by Blastoise and Cinderace. Able to get just enough distance away from that. Yoshi's going to have to be careful. You want to maybe try to prevent some of these caps from going in. You know it's a very close game. You'll probably find that out in 10 seconds. I'm not sure if either of them know. I think D4 probably thinks that they are a little bit down, just given the pad positionings. Oh, so yeah, they are going to go for it. Blastoise is staying alive forever. You got to get that berry, Blastoise. That's a huge charge beam. Oh, good push. I think you just... Oh, I was going to say, I think you might have griefed the Mimikyu a little bit, but they get exactly what they needed. The Mimikyu goes down. Solus looking for an engagement.
Wow.
So is Tree. You got to push this Tree out. Where's the serve for it? There we go. Not enough. Hashira's. Yeah, that's kind of what happens.
I saw that Palmy setting up.
Yeah, they were focused on the tree. They were focused on pushing the tree that Palmy just kind of was hanging out at the top. So Hashira's gonna take game 1. Flareons wants to know if he was bad last time.
I didn't see any reports that he was bad last time, so I think he was okay.
Good job, gamer.
If you were really bad, I would have told your mom. Don't worry about it.
Would have told Mama Flareons if he was bad. Yeah, that makes sense, honestly.
Get her on the phone right now.
Alrighty. 382, 176. Solus kind of carried that game. Obviously a big secure on the Kyogre. But obviously 10 KOs, 5 assists, looking pretty good on it. This is honestly really close. Like, I love the call there from D4, knowing that they had at least a little bit of an advantage. Yeah, just kind of unfortunate that they couldn't zone out both Palmot and the tree. 90k. Yeah, that makes sense.
Do you want them to swap so first pick is purple?
That would probably be beneficial, but it's up to you, honestly. We'll reset the bands and the Reggies. I'll click my button on my thing. Ba-ba-da-ba-bum. Husky's still blank. It's very unfortunate. She'll get here eventually. She'll get here eventually, team.
Am I clear?
You are clear. Yep.
Thanks.
Did Husky have connection issues? No, she's playing D&D, so she'll be here in like, I think she said 8 p.m. So she'll be here soon. So I'm just doing a bit where she's just buffering. It's a bit. It's a good bit, even. Do. I'm gonna keep track of all of the whatchamabobbits. Where's my music? Why is my music not playing? There we go.
All right, teams are ready.
Teams are ready? Okay.
Sending it.
Send it.
Looking.
Ender with the 28 months now. We have also 3 Twitch babies.
Wow.
That's crazy. It's like almost the entire time I've been a streamer. I've only been streaming for like 2 years. A little over. All right, looks like we are looking pretty similar for bands. What would the worst pet... what would be the worst pet of all the Pokemon? Of all the Pokemon or Pokemon in Unite? That's a better question.
Yeah, let's go Unite focus. Let me pull up Unite TV. Who would I not want? There's so many great Pokemon.
Holy, Nurse Gary, we also have a Twitch baby. And we have the Twitch baby and the maternity leave is done. Lining up pretty similar. We do have 2 target bands. One of the Mimikyu, one of the Palmot, which I think is really funny. We're also going to kind of steal away this Alchemy, which D4 Gaming actually made look really good.
Which Unite Pokemon would you not want as a pet?
I'm probably going to go with, like, Tyranitar.
Aw, he seems like a good time. I feel like he'd be kind of expensive to keep fed.
That's what I'm saying. Or maybe Snorlax, honestly.
Oh, Snorlax.
That's an expensive, like, he would eat, like, my cats. And I don't think that's okay.
I feel like... Who's not it? I'm between Green and Zeraora. Zeraora gives bad vibes.
But he's a kitty. He's just a little kitty.
But he seems like one of those cats that would never let you pet it. He would just immediately scratch you.
He just kind of like zips away. Hoopa would be an issue? Hoopa would totally be an issue.
You mean for no issue, you say, Hoopa, could you please take this plane for me to England? And then he'll just portal you there. You'll never have to fly again.
You know what? You make good points. You make good points. And I want to go to England, so yeah, that's a good point. You make a valid point. All right, so we do get the Buzzwole. So Buzzwole and Alchemy, the new Pokemon for the Hashira, is here in lieu of the Vaporeon and Palmot, which was banned. And we talked about T-Tar. So T-Tar actually getting selected here from D4, along with, yeah, I mean, kind of thought we might see it. And we also get this Mewtwo
I will not
Y.
accept this Magnemite slander in chat. Magnemite is your camera operator.
Yeah, that's true.
We love Magnemite.
We do love Magnemite, but we also love Spartan Tano, who also just rated us. Welcome in, Tano. Hope you had a good stream. I think I saw that you were playing some games with
Lobo, I think.
With Lobo, yeah.
Yeah.
Sarah Ledge on top.
Friends
Heck
in
yeah.
the UK, playing Pokemon UK.
2 friends in the UK.
6 feet apart.
6 feet apart, because it's the UK or something like that. There's something there. Yeah. Welcome in, everybody.
We'll give it to you.
We're covering Articuno Unite League. It's a grassroots league here in North America, covering the top 16 brackets. All single elimination. Husky is joining us very soon when she finishes D&D. But right now, going through round 1, going to be pretty casual. We're just laid back. We're just a couple of chill dudes. All right, Hashira is getting some last hits. Going over to Raichu. Okay. We're also going to get that one. I believe it was Phantom. they got that one. So they get both of those contested. They also get a couple stacks in for this Buzzwell. I believe Alchemy might have been stacking too. Or maybe they were just helping.
Helping hand.
Helping, if you will, with the hand. Gonna push on forward. Buzzwell getting met by the Sarrowledge, which was banned in the first game. Ooh, look at this. Mewtwo coming up to the top path. So D4 Gaming going with that 4-man top rotation. Gonna have level 4 for this Latias, which will be very crucial here. Gonna be able to work those Eon stacks nice and early. Sarrowledge might find a KO. That's a focus band from Buzzwell. There, oh, just enough damage there from the Latias. Sarrowledge also taking down the Raboot. A little bit different here for D4 Gaming in game number 1, opposed to game number 1, where they kind of lost pretty early. So much better 4v3 push in this game opposed to that one. So 74 points in, all on the top pad. So they left that top pad at 6, so that's setting up for a pretty nice push later on. And you got to be really happy that this Pupitar has been able to find a lot of value by just being able to farm that central area. Now that Sarrowledge has been able to just kind of be a mainstay in this top path. More KOs. That's not great for Hashir's here, I think. Ooh, okay. Buzzwell grabs, but that's not enough damage. Might get caught here. But, okay, that was a wise push. They had all 4 of the 5 members come up, and they do get the value from the Pupitar, which was level 7. Really need that level 9 on that thing. It's just so tough. Okay, now we get the Mega. Just in time. Raichu, though. Able to counter punch. Ooh, not punch hard enough, though. That Mewtwo is just so mean early. I've been playing a lot of Mewtwo this season. It's just like so good early. You're able to like really bully. It does feel like kind of like not as good late, but the early game's just so good. That's gonna break 14 over. Not a whole lot of value there. I don't know if I like that trade from D4. I would have prioritized bottom. Yeah, that's weird. It's weird that they like prioritize top, knowing that was only at 4, and they like fully give the rock over. What's up, Gray Silvers? Hope you're doing well. Yeah, Tano is, I assume you're going to be casting tomorrow, UCS, on Gotlu's channel. I can't remember if you're on the announcement or not. Or no, you might be doing Engage. I can't remember who's doing on Gotlu's. Is it you and Lobo on Engage for EU?
Yeah, and I think it's Nitera and Draku.
No, Nitera and Draku's sick.
Yeah.
Okay, we got a 5 push. Cinderace's gonna hit their own central area. What are we fighting over down here? Like, why are we so low, like below this pit?
We're learning from Europe. This is how Europe plays Unite.
Trevenant gonna have to. Oh, that was a good move from Buzzwell to not get in the path of Trevenant, because if they would have gone there, they would have also gotten Trevenant KO'd. I don't know if I like that Cinder Unite right there. Not with like any low HP bars. This Alchemy is really valuable though. It's like preventing so much dive with the Sweet Sense. Blastoise is gonna try to slow it down. Great push here. Hashir's has like a really good front to back composition. Yeah, like just so much crowd control with Tree and Buzzwall. And then just consistent damage from Cinder, Raichu, and then Alchemy's just like in the back line, hanging out, providing the Sweet Sense, providing the Cream Puffs. I really like this comp. These team fights are certainly going their way right now. Okay, we're gonna have a Drago here. It's an Ancient Power T. I didn't even notice it was an Ancient Power T-Tar. Dark Pulse Ancient Power. Oh, this is a setting up for a really good engage. Blastoise Unite was really good though. That Blastoise Unite was crazy. Okay, we finally score in the bottom path. Okay, we're doing math. Huge. We love math. Okay, we get the Drago too. So a lot of value from D4 right now. Like at the same time, you still have this level 13 Cinderace who's kind of going crazy. Giving that full HP to Mewtwo. I like that. Or full XP. Uh-oh. Tree might be pincered here. Ooh, good Horn. Ooh, great Horn Leech to pull him into the Cinder. That was fantastic. The bait and switch. So surfs away. All right. 40 seconds. We do have 2 objectives. So we have Regieleki top and Regiroulette bottom. So the teams are going to trade. This is actually a really nice thing for Hashiras, especially if they could get a steal. Honestly, Rock, I think, is probably fine here, too. All that extra defense will be nice, especially on Trev and Buzz. And you get 50 out of it, too, so, like, it's not a bad trade. So, like, even if they end up breaking T2, you still got that extra 50 from Buzz. I don't even think D4 will go for it. Look at this flank from Buzz. They have no idea. It's a really good flank. Just hiding, lurking. Tree's gonna hit the Unite. Into the Blastoise Unite, Alchemy, Mewtwo. Everybody's using it, but yeah. Hashiras just hit it. That Tree Unite was insane. That Tree Unite was insane. Massive. And now you just get it. Huge. Easy pickings for Hashiras. Our number 2 seed. Gonna deposit some points in these T2 goals. Actually, the 50 doesn't go in from Buzz, but a lot of damage follows. Eventually, they're gonna find a little bit of value. Eventually, that Hundo Burger goes in. Minute left. Still plenty of time to lose. So they have to play a little bit cautious. Buzz might get caught here. Yeah, Buzz is gonna yield that over. Thought I heard a retreat ping. So Hashiras is likely gonna go back to base, making sure that we don't give any additional benefits over to D4. So they are holding 1 Kyogre buff. I believe it's on the T-Tar. Yeah, it's on the T-Tar. I don't know if I like T-Tar being the one to engage here, especially since it's holding the buff. Blastoise has the Unite, so might as well use it. It's just so much healing from those Kyogre buffs. Ooh. Almost gets the Blastoise. Yeah, they should be able to clean up here. Kyogre buff is just, it's so much healing. Yeah. Hashiras is gonna advance. Bum, ba-da-dum, bum, bum. Okay. 479, 213. Gonna be your final. Yeah, this is just a good team fight from this Hashiras comp. Again, like, I loved the front to back that they had. Buzzwole tree. It's just so much to deal with. Like, yeah, you have the Mewtwo to be able to like avoid some of that with some of your damage with the Unstoppable from Psystrike, but like, what do you do there? Man. Okay, so they're going on. Objectives pretty split. Oh, not really. I mean, D4 mostly just got Alekis and Drago. That one Drago. All the Reggie roulettes went the Hashira's way. Captain Lee says Kyogre buffs go crazy on Scissor. Yeah. I don't see a ton of Scissor right now, though. And we are clear. I'm going to make sure that we do that. United Hashira 2, D4, 0. Cool. Alrighty. Well, let's we'll take a quick break while we get our next match set up. And hopefully Husky will be here soon. Probably like 17 minutes. She said 8 p.m. What's up, Umi? 1 HP, Raju. Yeah, I saw that. Just barely enough. But enough is enough. Hashira's moving on. Huge. Alrighty. We're going to take a quick break while we get our next round set up. So until then, trainers, stay tuned. We will be right back, and I'm going to find the right button to push. Alrighty, welcome in, trainers. I brought Husky back. She finally
I'm
made
here.
it. Husky, how are you doing? Did you win
Hi, I'm
Dungeons and
good.
Dragons?
Yes, of course.
Because that's
I
what
like-
happens.
I like sessions where it's mostly role play. So that's my favorite way to play D&D. Currently playing a Harengon, which is a little bunny. So because I refuse to play anything that doesn't allow me to be a furry.
You know, that makes sense. It checks out. It checks out. Well,
Yeah.
we are going to drop us in Bush Check versus Exodia. So two very notable teams. Exodia, notably the number 3 team in our bracket. Bush Check, the number 6 team. And Exodia, a team that has won Underdunk, a tournament that we run all the time, if you're familiar with the channel. Yeah. They've won it a couple of times, and they played very well the last few entries that they've had. So excited to see if they're able to run this bracket. And as the number 3 seed, you kind of expect them to.
Yeah, they're a fun team. And hi, Pina. Hello, Ender. Hello, Pika Shini. Good to see you guys. Kyle currently has 67 viewers. I just want to say. Anyway, yeah, Exodia, a fun team to watch. And off stream, while we were getting ready for this match, Kyle accidentally said Butch Check instead of Bush Check, and then immediately was like, "Well, Robin's on this team, so I guess."
That's not how that went. That is not how that went. Robin is my goat. Okay, well,
I guess, but.
That's cool.
All right, fans coming through. Interesting here. So, I immediately am seeing Vaporeon's not banned, which is being considered by Exodia. They're gonna go ahead and lock that in. Probably a good choice. I'm assuming that Surfetched is just automatically banned for the tournament. Is there anything else that's banned for the tournament?
Zeraora is banned. I think it's
bugged
because there's a bug for it. Yeah.
Remember when there was just always a Zera bug for like a year? Do you remember that?
Yeah, it was.
I guess that's back.
Yeah, that's not great. Notably, we're seeing some similar bans, as we saw in the last series. Darkrai has been kind of running through the Thea Sky Runes. I'd be very surprised if we see a ton of it today, mostly because teams are going to be probably banning it out. Mega Charizard Y also notably one of those Pokemon, and this Meowth that was recently nerfed, but still pretty dang strong.
Yeah, I actually left work a little bit early today. Not really, but earlier than I normally would. And I played like a couple games of Unite because I wanted to try out Surfetch, and I played a Meowth game. It still seems pretty stupid. So I am not surprised to see that getting banned. But another stupid Pokemon that we haven't seen a ton of is this Buzzwole. But it didn't get changes recently, right? It's just kind of an all-rounder that floats in here and there, and it's still pretty solid, I would say.
Pretty solid. It's also taking it away from some players from Bush Check. I know Demo plays a very strong Buzzwole. So there might be a couple of reasons why you go with it here. But yeah, triple all-rounder for Exodia. This Garchomp, which has, obviously gotten some pretty significant buffs. Maybe not significant, but enough to bring it back into the meta. And this last pick is the Blaziken. So I am kind of shocked that we're seeing it after I would say, pretty significant nerf that it received to that overheat. But there's not, I guess, a ton of things on Exodia that can knock it out. So outside of that Buzzwole.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, these teams are pretty well balanced, I feel like. The interesting part here is we've got this double EV defender going on with Exodia. Very tanky team composition. I'm wondering here, because we've got the Aeos cookie and that focus band on, if we're going to be seeing more of this foul play Snarl Umbreon build, just a lot of CC in your face kind of moveset, and then potentially the healing support from this Vaporeon.
Yeah, Vaporeon, we've seen a couple of different ways. Obviously, like, they're running that double EV support defender core, so you could see it one of two ways. I mean, you could see it both of them running support. We've seen a couple of times where teams are really prioritizing the amount of healing that you're receiving, but I can't really, fully see that, knowing that only the Mewtwo Y is going to be providing that poke damage. So imagine one of these Pokemon with the green background are going to be running some sort of crowd control. Otherwise, you might be lacking it. So I would say it's probably going to be Vaporeon, but I've been wrong before.
Yeah, I mean, it does have the EXP share on, which we only see one Pokemon on each team kind of running that EXP share these days, or 0, I feel like. But looking up at this top path, we've got also, we didn't really point it out, Garchomp is kind of back, maybe, potentially.
Yeah.
We haven't seen Garchomp a lot recently, but it did get a couple of changes, so we might be getting some early Gibble cheese here in the top path.
Yeah, we saw it a bit on Underdunk the other night, and it did look pretty dang good. That bottom path going a little bit of a stalemate so far. It's going to be Mewtwo Y that's going to take that little piece of EXP. Lucario able to take the other one. So a little bit of split here. Tired Alex has to retreat back to that Citrus Berry. Able to get there. Lucario also going to end up with that same fate. Forced to use that. But in the top side, Gibble Cheese just back to the Citrus Berry. So a lot of Citrus Berries already gobbled up here.
Yeah, I mean, barely. The focus band popping on that Gibble for a second. So keep a lookout for Bush Check, because they're the only one with the range. But if the Mimikyu can do exactly what they're doing right here, take out that ranged character, now you've eliminated that potential advantage on Bush Check.
And a little bit of an advantage now here for Exodia on the bottom side. We're going to Blaze Kick this one over. Bush Check able to get a lot of that experience on the top side, all that Altaria family. We are going to go Eggs here with the Blissey.
Yeah, that's probably the better option at the moment. Safeguard is always good, but if there's so much CC, it's kind of like, what are you safeguarding? And then, so even if it does provide a lot of value every, 7 seconds or so, there's still just so much CC that it seems like the better value would likely be with some of that healing.
Yeah, especially if you don't know exactly what Exodia is going to be lining up with this Umbreon and the Vaporeon. Well, I guess you do know that it is going to be Muddy Water, so that is some crowd control that they'll have to deal with, especially alongside this Buzzwole. We are going to go Trick Room on this Mimikyu, so Sarah putting up a lot of damage. Nice grab there from Buzzwole. Now it's going to be Gibble going back to the Pokemon Center.
Yeah, I mean, a Gibble trying to stand on goal and fight a Buzzwole Vaporeon in general is probably disadvantageous for that Pokemon, but the second you bring that level 7 Mimikyu up there, it gets even worse for the poor little baby Gibble. That thing needs to start getting some levels as quickly as possible.
Not looking good there. Overheat's going to connect on the Umbreon, force them to grab that Citrus Berry. Coming down to the bottom path is this Mimikyu. Mewtwo Y going to try to Side Strike, but a full HP bar on Mimikyu makes that a very tough task. Snorlax also getting shredded down by this Shadow Claw. That makes it a double KO for this Mimikyu as Exodia pushes forward. Another Trick Room to try to set the stage. Blaziken Overheat trying to push them away. Able to do that with a nice Focus Blast combo with their Unite move. Getting to safety, though, is Exodia.
Wow, I don't know if it's just like the level differential potentially or the healing from Vaporeon, but I've already seen, I feel like Overheat's just doing absolutely no damage. Or maybe, I don't know if it's just the conditions of the game, but we're going to see here if they're going to be able to get the secure, but no, they're not. They charge up an Overheat and it's just not really doing damage anymore. Those nerfs might have been pretty significant.
Yeah, maybe they're just trying to test this out, test the waters out here in the Thea Sky Ruins. Nice break here for Exodia playing with the tempo. Now Regieleki, instead of walking towards that T1, going to put a little bit of pressure on this T2 goal zone. Met by resistance. Snorlax going to try to block the way. Side Strike going to connect on this Mega Lucario as they go for their Mega Evolution. Big close combat there is going to send a couple Pokemon packing.
Wow.
Mimikyu just narrowly able to escape. Overheat's going to dish out a ton of damage to this Vaporeon. Great healing from Lucario, but they still go down, but they take the Blaziken with them.
Wow, what a great power-up punch on their way out just to get that last hit on the Blaziken, make sure that the experience that they're giving away is not in vain there. A little bit of an extended push for Exodia, but I honestly think that was ultimately a really good fight for them, despite not being able to get in the Regieleki. They still kind of won that fight, honestly. They got the Mimikyu out, which is probably the most important thing, and they were able to pick up another couple KOs. And look at this, Garchomp still not a Garchomp. Level 8 getting eaten up by this Buzzwole.
And it's not quite what you want, so very unfortunate so far for this Garchomp. Not looking so great over there, but otherwise levels looking semi-okay. Obviously level 10 on this Blaziken, level 9 on the Mewtwo Y. Has access to that infinite Psyburn for this next fight. 25 seconds until this basement Regieleki.
Look at this Umbreon just walking directly into the goal zone, grabbing a quick stack and walking back out. Garchomp, though, with a huge engagement, they will use the Unite move.
Yeah, it's a big Unite move for Garchomp, who just hit it. There's that Mewtwo Y, gonna stun up a couple Pokemon. Umbreon, the first to fall in this fight, but Mewtwo Y also going down. Mega Lucario, close combat, power-up punch. It's gonna be a double KO, make it a triple. Actually, Buzzwole able to get credit for that last one. There's that triple KO. They just needed a little bit extra time to make sure that was, not a caster's curse.
Yeah, it seems like Bushcheck is just kind of getting separated in some of these fights. It was a great engagement by Garchomp, but it seems like after that, they just kind of panicked. Nobody really was following up as well as they should have with that Garchomp Unite move. It was a little bit delayed, whereas Exodia, you kind of have everybody knowing exactly where they're supposed to be, the Unite moves popping at the exact right time. Bushcheck has a great team fight, though, so if they can kind of pull that together, play a little bit more cohesively, they can definitely start winning some fights.
Snorlax's going to block this Regieleki, make sure it doesn't walk in. Umbreon was trying to push it forward, and it's actually Vaporeon on the top side away from the fight, able to score a nice little 21 cap. Nice little side strike there, along with the overheat combo is going to send Umbreon back. Garchomp getting caught in a blender. 3 Pokemon met in the middle, taking them out. And Buzzwole, all by their lonesome, able to take that Regirock for Exodia. Meanwhile, Demo, 40 points on this bottom side. Blaziken finds some value on the opposite side of the map, but they're going to get met by 3 Pokemon, and that is going to be the end to that one.
Yeah, I feel like we've seen this a lot, right, throughout the match. You have somebody on Bushcheck that gets something accomplished. It seems like it might work out for them, and then they're just pincered on the other side. And look at this, Exodia pushing into the Tier 2 goal zone as well. Take down Snorlax. Nobody's there to be able to do anything about it. Buzzwole scoring in the top path, now 321 to 46.
Can we get there to stop this 50? No, we cannot. Not looking good. That's going to break that T2 goal zone on Bushcheck. And with a minute before Kyogre, this is not looking so great for Bushcheck. They're going to need to find something, some sort of value. Maybe break a goal zone. Regieleki, 20 seconds to left. That's a potential win con for them in the bottom side.
Yeah, I think Bushcheck is doing a lot to prioritize stacking up here. They send the Blaziken. They are going to be able to get them out, which is really good. Buzzwole definitely could have won there against that Blaziken if the Mewtwo Y didn't show up. I would really like to see this Mewtwo Y start to kind of lock in and do something here. They haven't really been able to get much done throughout the entire match. You would assume that because they're the only ranged character in the game, they have a little bit of an advantage, but they've just been able to be dove so heavily by this Mega Lucario and by the Mimikyu that they really haven't been able to get much done. So if they can insulate that Mewtwo Y, allow them to Mega Evolve, they could definitely look to win a fight here. But look at this, the Buzzwole coming around from the backside. I'm not sure how well this is going to work out for Bushcheck.
Oh, eject button into the overheat, immediately met by a play with me from this Mimikyu. Bussy Unite move into the Blaziken, but both of them go down. Now Buzzwole looking to take out this Garchomp as they flee towards that T2 goal zone. Side strike on the Mewtwo is going to chase down tired Alex, but it's Exodia coming out ahead as Regieleki ended up walking in that home goal zone. Kyogre getting shredded down. Garchomp looking for a way in. Snorlax looking for a way in, but good zoning from the Buzzwole, and Exodia takes the first fish.
Yeah, that was a great position there from that Buzzwole to just come around the backside, and then Bushcheck was kind of separated between 2 different fights going on at once, and that's kind of exactly what Exodia wants there, because you have Mimikyu that's really good against single target, but not as great against everybody on the team. It was a good decision to go for the Blissful Assistance there on the Blaziken, but they were just too low HP by the time it got to them that, unfortunately, it just didn't keep them going.
It didn't, and this is one last stand here for Bushcheck. If they can find a couple of picks, it could still mean a win, but that extra 100 points is going to make it very difficult. Another one in the home goal zone to make it even more challenging. And with 2 Pokemon, make it 3 back in the Pokemon Center with 45 seconds left. This game 1 is going over to Exodia. I can say that with almost all certainty.
I think that there's definitely some things that Bushcheck can clean up here. They had some really great picks, but it kind of seems like everybody's playing their own game right now. Everybody is, trying to just do their own thing, get their own KOs. It's like Blue Lock. They're all trying to be the best. Everything's just like Blue Lock. They're all trying to be the best out there, and they could definitely stand to be a little bit more teamwork oriented and clean up their positioning. As soon as they do that, this is a great group of players with insane micro ability. If they can just get their positioning down and don't let Exodia separate them the way that they were able to do throughout the entire match, they can definitely pull out a game 2.
Yeah, I don't even think it's not like BushCheck did a whole lot wrong. Exodia is just kind of one of those teams that plays so well together that it's just hard to take them down. You have one player, you have Sarah just going absolutely bananas on the Mimikyu, and then Eterna making everybody call 911, 9 KOs, 11 assists on that Mega Luca.
911.
Mr. President,
Sorry.
hit the second Mega.
Eterna fire burning on a Whoa.
Oh
anyway,
my goodness.
Yeah, great game from Exodia. They're a team that is really like position macro oriented. They're kind of always all over the map in the exact position that you would hope that they're not. And for a team that has a little bit less experience like BushCheck, a lot of the positioning choices from Exodia can surprise you. And then, especially if you let a Mimikyu get online super early, then it can be really difficult to kind of pull it back in. But that being said, this was a brawly game. Look at the damage numbers across both sides. 67k healing from Blissey and 131k healing from Vaporeon. That thing is dummy broken.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a problem. 6-7 healing.
6-7 healing, guys.
6-7.
You heard it here first.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough going against this Exodia squad. They didn't even need any sort of like real range damage, and it's just it's hard. I wonder what Pokemon BushCheck could have gone to kind of negate some of this heavy dive. Like, I don't know, like Blissey's good, but like we saw, what team was it that played Alchemy that made it look really good? It really kind of convince the other team to not go in and dive when they would set those sweet scents. And I don't know. I mean,
dude, Vaporeon is just so, because then the healing
mean.
too, and the shields. Anytime that Vaporeon would use a Unite move, it was just kind of basically like free, like a free win for the team. You could see Miss her little ears.
Where?
Pop it up.
Where?
Hold on.
Oh, look at little Miss. She's so cute.
She's very eeny. She's quite eeny today.
And you're clear, Bina.
And she showed up. Hold on, let me.
Oh, look at her.
No, my goodness, little Meepus. She's just eeny.
No.
Oh, she grabbed the string of my
Yeah,
sweater.
that's her string.
Yeah, she wants it. I guess she wants to hang out, but she doesn't exactly know where to lay down, so she's just kind of standing in front of the screen. Yeah. Anyway, everyone's 6-7s in the chat.
Yeah, 6-7s in the chat, everybody. We're keeping it alive.
We invented that joke.
We
obviously.
did, yeah, actually.
Because we're the funniest people alive. Kyle for Worlds, if you haven't heard it yet.
Yep. You have to say it. Everybody has to say it.
And beat on cams.
And Bina on cams. If we could get Bina on cams, like, that'd be.
Imagine
Bina on
it
cams
would be
for
too
UCS.
good.
It
would be too good. If Pokemon Unite were to put Bina on cams, Kyle for Worlds, take the gotcha stuff out the game.
It would fix Unite.
And get rid of license journeys, listen to us in the community ambassador program, then it would be too powerful. It would just be too powerful. So they can't. They can't do that. That means the game would be good, and we can't do that. Dude, who changed their name on Exodia to Zoro Got Found? That is unreal.
Targeted.
That is unreal. Targeted. That is BM right there.
That's actually.
But here we go.
Funny.
Game 2, ban phase is going, and just as I would have definitely done myself, the Vaporeon is on the chopping block.
Yeah, I mean, Vaporeon's just so tough right now, and especially since it's not really a Pokemon that's getting picked in the first slot super often. Normally, we're seeing things like Blastoise. So oftentimes, this Vaporeon tends to fall in that 2-3, and being on that first pick side, if you're not going to pick it first, you need to go ahead and ban it because, man, it is just dummy broken still.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of what Bushcheck wanted to do was immediately nullified by that Vaporeon, but I think they can deal with some of these other support options that Exodia could pick up because they're also going to ban out the Umbreon. But on the other side, Exodia doesn't want to see Robin's Blissey again. If you can't have the two supports that you had on your side, then you're probably just going to ban the other one out that the other side was using. You don't want them to first pick that away from you either.
And Blastoise first pick, not super surprised knowing that was on the board. I think it's one of the best Pokemon in the game, if not the best Pokemon. And it can play in the top path. It can play as the defender. Honestly, I've seen some teams take it in the central area. Also pretty dang good. But you give that Mega Lucario and a Miraidon to Exodia.
Yeah, I mean, you're getting Blastoise, but that also, Blastoise, definitely one of the best Pokemon in the game, but it still definitely needs that late game. So if Exodia can keep Bushcheck to an early game, I'm trying to even think of the word. If they can do better than them in the early game,
yeah,
I don't know what.
Stymie them in the early game.
Yeah, sure.
We'll go with that.
And the Blastoise stays a low level for a long time, then that could still be enough to counter that Pokemon. Oh, look at this. Double Lucario for Exodia. They are bringing it out, pulling out all the stops. Now we just need triple Charizard.
Okay. All right. I don't want triple Charizard. I don't want triple Charizard. Imagine if we had a game.
Agree.
We had 3 Charizards, 2 Lucarios, 2 Mewtwo's,
and 2 Gyarados.
2 Gyarados, and a Mew. I would just FF. I would just FF, honestly.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. You're probably right. Interesting couple picks here from Exodia. We've got the Mr. Mime, Kyle's favorite, coming out here in that defender slot. And we've pulled the Clefable. So it's clear that Exodia likes some healing. They had the Vaporeon previously. This time they've got the Clefable. So they really like to play a team composition that's kind of centered around one source of healing. It's interesting, though, we've pivoted away from the Mimikyu, and we've taken out the Miraidon instead. So we're kind of matching the range advantage that Bushcheck has.
Yeah, I mean, I do love Miraidon right now. I think it's still like one of the strongest attackers. Yeah, obviously, like Mewtwo Y seems to be up there. And when you have something like all-rounder heavy, and I'm gonna probably throw Blastoise into that category. It does really well at limiting that. Any Pokemon that has any sort of self-sustain like Blastoise works really well into. I think it also kind of like slows down this Inteleon for like a little bit. Obviously, it outranges it early on, but once Inteleon gets, the snipe shot, it'll be pretty tough to kind of slow it down. But even then, like Miraidon's still very, very annoying to an Inteleon.
No, Miraidon is really good. It's still probably one of the best attackers in the game. It's just very consistent, and it just does a lot of shred damage.
And let's get into game number 2 here. Exodia versus Bushcheck. Bushcheck gonna take this Blastoise to that top path. We are gonna see this central area take up that Aegislash, and it's gonna be Lucario's top path and central area for Exodia.
This is a very classic composition here from Bushcheck. Kind of exactly what you'd expect. It's a rainbow comp if we're considering that Blastoise is an all-rounder, which it is. It's just classified as a defender. And for Exodia, though, they've kind of got a different strategy going on. The double Lucario with the Mr. Mime Clefable, they kind of have this tankier, brawly sort of composition. The question is going to be, for both of these Lucarios, are they going to be able to jump back on this Inteleon and make sure that they're keeping this very late game scaling comp from Bushcheck at bay until that mid game?
Let's see, Tama, I can't remember what that name was.
Tama.
Heading towards that top path. We are going to see Mayamo. Did you take Spanish in like high school and stuff, and they made you pick a
I took Spanish
name?
For like 11 years.
Yeah, same.
My name.
What was
just
the name?
Alejandra. My name.
Okay.
My name is Alexandra, so
makes sense.
That Alejandra. It's easy.
Easy. This has nothing to do with Pokemon Unite, but I'm curious. Everybody drop what your Spanish name, if you took Spanish in school, what your Spanish name was.
What did you pick?
I picked Emilio with 5 O's.
Oh.
Yeah,
Okay. Where
yeah.
were the O's?
At the end.
Oh.
It was like, Emilio!
Okay.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
yeah. Because I
So,
enjoyed
what's
Night at the
Kyle in
Roxbury.
Spanish?
I have no idea. I don't even know if that was a thing. I don't even know if they call anybody Kyle. Either way, we do have an invade.
Yeah, they
here.
shouldn't.
They probably shouldn't. It's a terrible
They
name.
shouldn't. Yeah, nobody should do that
No.
to their child.
That's what I'm saying.
But
Exodia
anyway.
looking pretty good so far early on. We have a
Yeah,
game.
Exodia. Anyway, Pokemon Unite. Exodia looks definitely good. They're going to be able to secure this Regidrago. Bushcheck has been able to make sure that they've scored some points so far. So another couple points going into this bottom path. But here comes Exodia. 4 members crashing this tier 1 goal zone.
Another 28 points for this Clefable, so getting stacked up early. Lone Crustle defending, now going back to the Pokemon Center. So Exodia getting everything they wanted and maybe even a little bit more in the stack category in this bottom path. They're actually going to not score with this Mr. Mime, leave this goal zone up and deprive some XP from Bushcheck.
Yeah, I don't mind that play at all. Just making sure they know that some points are going to be going in from Bushcheck. So if you can just make sure that it's being matched at least a little bit with some of your own points. I do like how Bushcheck is playing this though, because you've got 3-stage evolution Pokemon on your side that you need to make sure that you're getting as many levels as possible. And they are doing that. They could have switched and gone down to this bottom path to try to prevent these scores. Instead, they're just going to try to continue to farm up experience where they're winning. Oh, that is tough. The charge beam steals it away.
Man, that's gotta feel bad, especially because you do not have your Inteleon online, so you were able to line up a snipe shot. Just those tick damage from the Miraidon, able to accomplish the task of getting that Registeel, as Husky likes to say, Registolen. And now it's going to be Bushcheck just to try to defend these goal zones with this Regieleki walking towards T2 and Exodia pushing T1 top.
Yeah, losing both objectives definitely doesn't feel good there. They are going to be able to get some more points in the top path and now have taken the lead. Meanwhile, the Crustle kind of has to just deal with this Regieleki by themselves on the bottom path while the rest of Exodia moves toward the top. They might be looking for a fight here on the Skull Zone.
I wouldn't doubt it. 3, make it 4 members of Exodia here. Snipe Shot's going to try to find the back line, getting healed up by that Clefable. And yeah, I think Exodia wisely decided to vacate that T1 side. And the bottom side, that Regieleki walked in and Lucario able to score a nice 36-point dunk. As Bushcheck sees that, looks to push forward. Good surf from Blastoise. Clefable's going to try to follow me. Regular Lucario diving in with some extreme speed into the back line, taking out 2 Pokemon. Blastoise going to be the 3rd. And now it's going to be Bushcheck scrambling back to their goal zones.
Yeah, not the best push there from Bushcheck. They definitely maybe could have won that fight, but it really just seemed like they were walking into incessant danger in that situation. You have Miraidon Unite move that is incredible goal zone defense, and nobody can really dive back there. Aegislash not super online at this point. They're not going to be able to get back onto that Miraidon, especially not with that hindrance resistance.
And Blastoise, actually, make Lucario going down to the hands, or sorry, not going down, getting a KO on that Crustle. Snipe Shot's going to connect, just not enough damage, able to escape just narrowly, but a better surf there from Blastoise. There's that Hydro Typhoon. Lucario able to dodge it with an extreme speed, gets to a bush. Bushcheck's got to check that bush, and we got another escape plan for Exodia as Lucario very peculiarly went in. I thought they were going to just try to escape there. Instead, 2 Pokemon go down for Exodia.
Really good fight from Bushcheck. We kind of saw Exodia try to pincer try to do that the same strategy that they've been doing. The Inteleon pushed a little far forward. Exodia came in from the back, tried to pincer them. But Bushcheck responded really well this time. They were able to regroup, bring everybody down to that bottom fight, and pick up a couple of high-value KOs.
Gonna push forward towards this T2 is that Regieleki, but good defense here from Exodia. There's still a top Regi up there. It's gonna be that Regi Roulette since the Lecky is in the bottom side. Big fight here. Clefable along with this regular Lucario trying to take out this Crustle. Blastoise joining the fray as well. Gonna surf this Lucario closer to the goal zone. Hydro Pump's gonna miss the mark. It's gonna be Tamatama trying to escape here, getting messed by another surf.
Oh, that's
More members of Bushcheck. There's that coup de grace from the Aegislash. There is that Aura Cannon. doesn't find a KO, and it is going to be Lucario going back. Blastoise also going down to the hands of the Mega Lucario, who got a nice double KO. Now going to fight for this triple. They get it. Not able to get through that portal was the Hoopa, and it's going to be Exodia likely taking this goal zone, if not for a good Crustle.
Oh, you could go for an ult here. Yeah, that was a great Unite move there by the Crustle. Just hold off a little bit longer. Here comes Blastoise with a lot of Surf, a lot of stun. Aegislash in the backline. Great snipe there from Inteleon to take out the Mr. Mime. It looks like, in terms of Exodia's push, that has been dulled for now. Instead, they're going to focus their energy on this Regice.
We're going to see if this one's getting stolen. No, it's going to be Lucario securing that part. And a nice little snipe shot. Misses the mark a little bit. Aegislash going to try to get back to pad. Crustle is going to be the first pin to fall on this T1. Extreme speed in the back line just to get this Inteleon. Lucario does pay for it. Healing from the Clefable. Also great zoning. Enables this 42-point overcap from Exodia.
I do want to point out Exodia with their Mr. Mime, the way that they're playing it. This Aegislash has not been able to get up into the backline where it wants to dive, because instead the defense, the Clefable and the Mr. Mime, especially the Mime, have been pushing so far forward to make sure the Aegislash can go nowhere near their backline. So they've done a really good job of making sure the Aegislash has not been as impactful as they would want it to be. However, Aegislash still reached level 13. It's huge. It's really powerful.
Okay.
And now we're at 2 minutes and Bush Check. They're going for it.
They're looking for the secure from the Inteleon, but it better Mr. Mime time. There's a coup de grace. It's actually going to get it. Bush Check takes it. Lucario still in the Pokemon Center. Aegislash going to try to wide guard, keep themselves upright. Inteleon the only one to fall. So you actually gave up one shield to Exodia. Crustle with a great X-Scissor. Nice little charge beam from Miraidon. And meanwhile, Aegislash trying to go and score this on this T1, but met by the Mega.
I mean, I feel like you just got to back here. You can't lose that shield, but I don't know. Eterna is going to get the close combat out. They're going to take that shield away and just kind of stand in there for a second to Aura farm a little bit, or a cannon farm, if you will. Blastoise will get 100 points in. It's not going to be enough. They need over 100 points still to mitigate that lead. Hoopa will go down, giving another shield away. Now, regular Lucario. Oh, no, that is regular Lucario, but it's just not Mega right now. So that one's got a shield, and I think that Exodia stole another shield as well, and I don't know if Bush Check is going to be able to make it happen. They had a great push there, able to secure the Kyogre, but I think they weren't really sure what to do after that. They probably just should have backed, look for an opportunity to all push together and try to get more points.
Yeah, unfortunately, a little bit scrambled there, looking for kind of a split push. Scrambles mentioned. Yeah, just kind of unfortunate. They have 30 seconds left. You have one shield, or I guess one buff to go. Maybe try one final push, but a Hundo Burger is not going to cut it. Need a larger size burger. 18. Gonna lower it. If they actually make this push here, Husky, this could happen. Hoopa's gonna take the team in. Rings are unbound. 47 points held by the Crustle, but they go down. Mega Lucario, Aura Cannon into the back line. 4 members down, and that should be all but it. Bush Check 2. Electric Boogaloo gonna be done for the evening.
What an Aura Cannon, too, to finish it off. Exodia, the macro team of the AUL, bringing it home with a 2-0 win. Great playing from them. And that was a great call, I think, from Bush Check to just go for that rip. Exodia clearly was not ready for it, but then they just couldn't convert. The level differential was too high, and Bush Check just not really sure how to get around the monster that is the Exodia team comp.
Yeah, that's just kind of some experience from this team. It was played really well. They played really well in the open qualifiers, nearly qualifying for the league. They're a consistent contender in that top part of the Underdog bracket. So not super surprised that we're going to see them in your semifinals. Bush Check 2, great season. Top 8 is going to be their final standings. And I mean, not a bad showing. They had some really good opportunities there to maybe even this series up. Just unfortunately fell a little bit short here in game 2. And it's going to be Exodia moving forward to take on either the Rillabooms or the Hashiras in the semifinals.
Yeah, I mean, great work from them. Look at the numbers for Bush Check, the Hoopa, doing more damage than 3 of the than 2 of the other carries, and as well as the defender, just kind of throwing out those auto attacks for the entire game. And Eterna as well in the Mega Lucario. I haven't really felt like in love with Mega Lucario. Obviously, it's still really good, but when certain players bring it out, it seems absolutely busted, and Eterna is definitely one of them.
Yeah. Yeah, 97K. Yeah, double Lucario is very difficult to pick out which one's which, because you'll, if it's not Mega Evolved, you only have that like tiny little icon to see. If is this the Mega one? I can't remember, but obviously you could tell with the move set. Luckily, in this situation,
Yeah.
but I'm like, okay, it's
Unless they
extreme
went
speed.
double
It's the
power up
regular
punch.
one. Oh my goodness! Could you imagine? I don't want that. I don't
Just
want
like
it.
I think I've been in a game with it before, like double power up punch Lucario. It was a time for
Yeah,
sure.
certainly. Good stuff, though. Let's take a look at the bracket. I believe I have
Yeah,
a
I would love to see the
scene
bracket.
somewhere. There we go. I'm gonna press that button. Actually, I need to click the update button because for some reason the whatchamabobbit does not update automatically like Star GG does. But that's currently where we're at. So Thanks Gaming and Exodia sitting in your semifinals waiting for the results of those matches. Dark Lords Gaming versus Tier. This is actually really surprising to me. You look at the bracket, obviously seeds are where they ranked in the regular season, in the group stage round robin. Thanks Gaming, number 1 seed going into this. Hashir is number 2. But in this middle part of the bracket, I know you can't see my mouse, but that's where I'm hovering. In the middle part of the bracket, Ashen Ones and Juice Dynasty, where your 5 and your 4 seeds, both getting upset. TR and Dark Lords Gaming, the 12 and 13, fighting it out in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, that's really, really interesting. But it's always fun to see when teams, you are considered lower seeding and then they're able to pull it out. That would have been fun game to see. I'll have to go back into GX's VOD and
Yeah.
take a look at what those games ended up looking like. But yeah, really interesting bracket so far. At the bottom of the bracket makes, I guess, a little bit more sense at the moment for what has happened. 5 Rillabooms, I guess, was an upset there a little bit from that side. But yeah, we got Exodia now waiting, so we'll be looking for the results of that 5 Rillabooms and Hashira's match, hopefully coming up soon.
Yeah, we'll see that on the other side of the break, which, that said, we are going to take a very quick break. So take a drink, take a snack, use the restroom. Just take it. Go to the grocery store and don't steal.
Take it.
I'm not a lawyer.
Yeah, just take
don't
it. Unless it's a big if it's a big corporation, go for it.
That's what Tades. I don't know if you're a fan of Hot Mulligan, but Tades always says that on stage. It's really funny. Legally, I'm supposed to tell you not to do that though, so don't steal or whatever.
Okay.
But I'm not your dad. You do whatever you want, but don't do it, I guess. I don't know. Either way, we're going to take a break. On the other side of the break, we are going to see those semifinal matchups, so don't go too far, trainers. More Pokemon Unite Articuno League season number 11, playoff top 16. We'll be back very soon. All right, welcome back, trainers. We have a bonus round for you. So the other set, 5 Rillabooms versus United Hashiras, is underway. It's already gotten game number 1, but we're going to bring you right into game number 2. The winner of this set is going to be taking on Exodia. 5 Rillabooms, the number 10 team, or I guess the seeded number 10 team, is taking on the number 2 team, and they have a 1-0 lead in this series right now.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be a fun one to jump into here because 5 Rillabooms seated much lower, potentially looking to upset the Hashiras here. This could be a very interesting set. So we've got, I guess, 5 Rillabooms is on the left.
I need to switch that.
Hashiras is on the right. And banding, a couple interesting bands here coming out. We've got Blastoise on the chopping block, Darkrai also, a Pokemon that we haven't necessarily seen a ton of, but when it is played, it's usually played at a very high level.
Yeah, Darkrai. I would be very shocked. I think I talked about this before you got in during like the first set, that I'd be really shocked if we saw any Darkrai today. So I'm imagining that we won't see a ton. If we do see it, it'll probably be very few and far between. But the thing that we're going to see a decent amount of either in those ban slots or in the early parts of the draft is going to be that Psyduck.
Psyduck, interesting to see it be first picked here, especially when you've still got Vaporeon as an option. Maybe I'm just not seeing the Psyduck for what it is. I know that it's really, really good right now, but Vaporeon seems like the obvious pick. And then picking up the Glaceon as well, which means Mega Gyarados goes over to 5 Rillaboom. I feel like so many Pokemon that we usually see banned are making it through in this game.
Yeah, Psyduck's very good, but yeah, we saw it banned a few different times. I think a very frequently banned Pokemon since it's gotten buffed. I saw a lot of play in UCS a couple of weeks ago, and then it got buffed. So yeah, not super shocked to see a ton of it. I am interested to see more Pawmot because we saw in the round 1 matchup a decent amount, even earning a target ban, and it looked incredible. We'll see if Solus is able to take it and kind of pilot it the same way that they did in that round 1 matchup. It's going to be a tough one. We are going to see this Decidueye last pick here, Husky.
Yeah, not one I would pick, to be completely honest, but I know that United Hashiras loves the double attacker. They're considering Alolan Raichu. They really love double range. They've been playing it throughout the entirety of the season. So I think, probably 5 Rillabooms knows that they're going to do that, and it might be a little bit easier to make Decidueye work here. It's not bad into this composition, honestly. The Leafeon is the pick that I want to focus on a little bit more. It's got that early game that is missing from the rest of 5 Rillaboom's composition. Mm-hmm. It can get online really, really fast, and it can dive that Glaceon and the Alolan Raichu really hard. Now, the question is going to be, can the Leafeon get ahead? Because, yes, it can one-shot pretty much anything on United Hashiras, only if it gets ahead. But if you've got fully charged Icicle Spears coming at you and it doesn't one-shot the Glaceon, then Leafeon just gets obliterated.
My favorite thing to do into this Leafeon, or not into the Leafeon, into the Glaceon in the current meta is Shedinja. It's every time I see a Glaceon, I'm like, I could Shedinja pretty much all of the Icicle Spears, and it's one of the few abilities or few tools that you have to avoid some of these really annoying surefire hit moves, and I think it's fantastic. I don't see anybody utilizing it. If we continue seeing some Glaceon, I would love to see somebody sport that because there's so many fun plays to that it can be used with.
Yeah. I mean, it's going to be either Shedinja or Fly Talonflame. And that's pretty much it. And I guess Surfetch's Detect, the first part of it, you'd take a little bit less damage, but, Icicle Spears is Icicle Spears.
Let's get into game number 2. 5 Rillabooms up 1-0 in this set, looking for a trip to the semifinals. They're going to take this Decidueye, still a little Rowlet down in the bottom path, and it is going to be this Palmy Hoopa for Hashiras on the top side.
Sending the Alolan Raichu into the bottom path, going to be contesting with just this Crustle right now. It looks like 5 Rillaboom's going for a little bit of a central area split. They're just going to get that Leafeon to level 4, likely send them up to the top path, and give the blue buff over to Rowlet.
They're going to steal a berry from the Booms with that Hoopa. And now Toothless is making their way up towards this top path, looking to take all this Natu family. Good stun there, not only from the Hoopa, but also that Psyduck headache. Glaceon gonna hit those Icicle Spears onto the Psyduck, able to get away for the time being, but a boosted or just a basic attack from Glaceon gonna send it all the way back to the Pokemon Center.
Well, Leafeon being pushed back here is definitely not what you want to see if you're 5 Rillabooms, and losing the Psyduck as well. Now 4 members of United Hashiras up in this top path, whereas we still have Crustle and Rowlet down there in the bottom path trying to deal with this Pikachu.
And that's a lot of damage as Leafeon goes back down, and it's actually going to be Crustle that does take advantage and able to take out the Pikachu, future Alolan Raichu. But Hashiras is going to trade that for this big push up in the top path, 24 points, leaving this goal zone at 6. Looked like Leafeon wanted to try to get in, and they do not. And another KO for this Glaceon on the way back to T1.
Yeah, great zoning from Hoopa as well. Very patient playing from United Hashiras as always. They're definitely a team that knows exactly what to do, like the exact right way to play the game, and they don't really make many mistakes. Especially with their support and their other frontliners, they know exactly where they're supposed to be, and the Hoopa throwing down those stuns at the exact right time, that's, always going to get United Hashiras, especially with those double attackers, out of a bad situation.
They're going to try to maybe push this Glaceon backwards. Been pretty difficult so far. Regidrago getting fought over in the central area. It's going to be a Spirit Shackle that misses the mark. It's actually going to be Vaporeon that steals away that Drago from the Booms. That's a big win there. Spirit Shackle does connect on 3 separate members of the Hashiras as they scramble apart, voiding a lot of damage from another one. Leafeon retreating backwards, looked like they wanted to go in. Another Icicle Spear missiles going into this Crustle. I believe that was a Focus Band that might have been popped there.
Ooh, yeah, the Icicle Spears are so annoying, but there's not really the dive on United Hashiras to be able to catch up to this Decidueye at the moment, so a lot of damage is raining back the other way. The difference is we've got a Vaporeon with Aqua Ring that's going to be able to heal up so much of that damage, even if it does hit. Look at Palmot up here surviving right now. Gyarados tries to get the both. They're going to end up backing away.
Yeah, smart play there from Palmot, because that Gyarados had that Rocky Helmet, but having the Emerald two-step is going to be this Leafeon takes 2 with them. Hoopa Portal does send 1 back, but a triple KO is going to be found here for the Booms, and those are big Booms for them, and a Regieleki on top.
That's exactly how you got to play that for 5 Rillabooms. You just got to wait until Leafeon's got an Emerald 2-step. Wait until United Hashiras is grouped up to get some healing from that Vaporeon and just jump in on all of them. If they can just do that over and over again throughout the entire match, 5 Rillabooms is going to be in a great spot.
Good secure there. Slugger able to take that Regice, so both objectives going to the Rillabooms. Icicle Spears hitting that Psyduck, absorbing a lot of it. Now level 8 has access to their Unite move. Rillabooms might look for a push T1.
Yeah, I honestly could see them doing that. They don't really need to at the moment. Right now, United Hashiras just looking for a little bit of vision, trying to see where everyone is at while they're dealing with that Regieleki going into the bottom path. And they want to give some time for everybody to make it up to this top path, but another Emerald 2-step easily takes out the Palmot. Great Hoopa Portal will bring up 2. Vaporeon comes in on top of the Leafeon. Going to see if they can take them down. They likely will be able to get away here. Vaporeon not giving it up, trying to find them. Not going to be able to, but great chase there from the Vaporeon.
Dragon Current took out 2, but Palmot gets their revenge on the Booms, and this T1 push goes a little bit sour. Now gonna attack this Psyduck. Headache gauge pops, and Palmot has to retreat backwards as Decidueye was just pumping them in with some arrows. All 5 members of Hashiras hovering that top path right now.
Palmot does use a Unite move there, but the thing about Palmot is it kind of can, as long as it's going to be getting into fights, it can really use its Unite move whenever it wants. So if it can keep hitting enemy Pokemon, it'll be able to charge it back very easily. They're considering jumping in here, but they're just going to wait on it. Everybody from United Hashira is up in this top path, trying to prevent the push that they know 5 Rillabooms wants to make.
A lot of poke damage from this Decidueye powering through, specifically on this Alolan Raichu. They're still looking for a way to win this fight and maybe make a push. As Leafeon was looking for a back cap on the bottom side, met with resistance by a couple members. Palmot going for a nice little 24-point dunk. Mission accomplished there. Toothless sees them, look to go in, but it's a full HP bar. And the top push now finally found their window, and that's a break up in the top path. Reggie Roulette is now up for the taking. Not before this knock-knock comes through, takes a double KO, forces this Vaporeon all the way backward. Last arrow, not going to be enough. Regieleki now getting chipped down. Leafeon not the wiser. Here comes the Supercell Slam, but Leafeon able to get it.
Yeah, Leafeon still able to get that secure. They do have an Emerald 2-step available that they don't even have to use because Palmot eventually will go down somehow to the Leafeon, who was nowhere near them. But the Lecky was able to get them, and the last one to hit the Lecky was the Leafeon, so they're going to still get credit for that KO. Looks like 5 Rillabooms might want to push your great Unite move from the Crustle, jumping in into the Emerald 2-step. The United Hashira is dropping like flies. Regieleki's going to walk in a 3v3.
This Leafeon has been just so perfectly timing up these Emerald 2-steps. So great work there. Psyduck being a little bit of a pest, looking for this 2-point score. Met with a lot of resistance. That's not going in, but I think they're just trying to recharge their Unite move. Slugger doing a pretty good job. Level 12 on this guy as well, so something to watch out for. But the big thing, I think, Husky, is going to be this level 14 Leafeon.
Yeah, I mean, if you're 5 Rillabooms, what do you do against a team that doesn't make mistakes? You fake them out. You make them do exactly what you know they're going to do, and then you do something different. You push in the opposite direction. You catch them off guard a little bit to have to make them rethink their plans. And 5 Rillabooms has done a great job of that. Even there, Palmot tries to jump in, tries to get a pick on the Decidueye, but 5 Rillabooms baited them into it. They knew exactly where they were going to be. And now Hashira is on the back foot, which is, as a team, they are not used to going into this final fight being behind.
Especially down 1-0 in the set already. We are on the brink of a potential upset here. 5 Rillabooms has the advantage in the score and in the levels. 10 seconds until Kyogre.
They have to get into that fight and get a couple picks, but 5 Rillabooms has done a great job of playing around that Psyduck, already sniping the Hoopa. That is not a loss that you want. Hashira is going to have to figure out how they can go get a pick here. Palmot tries to look for the Decidueye, but has to back out. Vaporeon does get one, Kyle.
They do get the one. The Psyduck goes down, but you trade it for this Alolan Raichu. Gyarados able to take out the Glaceon, and now it's Leafeon that's going to have to run away from this Hoopa. They get taken down by the Hoopa. Palmot now into the front line, met by this Mega Gyarados, but that's a lot of arrows getting pumped into them. Hoopa's taking the team in with the rings unbound, but there's not a whole lot of Pokemon coming through. Raichu back in the fray now. They're going to start to put a little bit of electricity on the field. Hoopa dangerously low, healed up by the Aqua Ring. Here comes the Glaceon looking to get a full charged Icicle Spear into the Crustle. They do. There's the return with that full Rubble Rouser. Almost takes out another, but they get through the Hoopa portal. And now there's another Spirit Shackle into the backline, and it's Decidueye that's going to have to run away, and it's Glaceon that gets a double KO.
Wow, 3 down suddenly for 5 Rillabooms, and this means the Hashiras can try to turn on Kyogre here. We've got the charged up Icicle Spears, we've got the Aqua Ring healing everybody up, but Leafeon is there. They don't have a Unite move, but they do have a Razor Leaf. Are they able to get it? No, it's going to be the Hoopa. The Hyperspace Hole gets the last hit. United Hashiras takes a 4 down. Patient fight there for them, able to take it out, and they're going to be starting to throw in the Hundo Burgers.
Here we go. That is insane work from the Hashiras to be that patient. Great Hoopa portal, brought in team right at the right time. Was able to bring in not only that Vaporeon, but I think the timer on the KO for the Glaceon was like just enough so it could join in once it respawned. And I think that was the crucial moment. One final stand here for the Rillabooms, 10 seconds, but they're going to have to look to game 3 with a big comeback from United Hashiras to take game 2.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely a game that 5 Rillabooms kind of had the entire time. And I'm wondering if the right choice instead was to just go for the Kyogre, take it off the map after they got a couple of Pokemon down on United Hashers. They got that big pick on that Hoopa. I wonder if they just try to push their advantage as quickly as possible there, just jump on as many as possible. But what I noticed there was as soon as the Hoopa went down, United Hashers spread out so that if Leafeon was going to go after somebody, it wouldn't be able to win the whole team fight. So they were able to track down the Alolan Raichu and take them down, but the Glaceon stayed up the entire time and just able to throw out damage over and over again. It ended up working out really well for them. I mean, you could see with the damage numbers how much 5 Rillabooms had control over this game for most of it. 119,000 damage for that Decidueye, and 20,000 taken. They were barely touched the entire time.
That was actually an incredible pick there, and good defensive prowess by Rillabooms. The majority of the match, just kind of unfortunate. Toothless maybe looking for a little bit of greed into that central goal zone to try to deposit some points, knowing that a majority of the Pokemon were either knocked out or in the central area, not accounting for the Hoopa, and Hoopa was able to not only stop that from going in, but get that massive KO, and I think that might have been the turning point of the fight.
Yeah, that was definitely a huge turning point for them. It's one of those games where it's like, did 5 Rillabooms really do anything wrong? Not really. They played a great game, but United Hashira is just a very patient team. They're gonna know exactly what they're supposed to be doing in moments like that. They're not a panicked team at all. So in those situations where you have Crustle, the call is just stall. You don't need Kyogre, just stall. Just stall the team. They've got a Unite move, everything would tell you in that situation, like, you're good. You're just stall it out, and it just doesn't end up working out for them in that moment. The Glaceon and Hoopa able to take advantage of that situation, and the Hashir's pulls one out of a game that you really wouldn't expect them to, and that means we get to go to a game 3.
Gotta love a game 3.
So we do get to see 2 games of this set anyway.
Yeah, true. Yeah, we missed that first one, but if the first one was anything like that, game 2, we're in, I guess, store for a very exciting game 3, to say the least. Winner is going to be taking on Exodia in those semifinals. Loser are going to be done for the evening and eliminated from the Articuno League season number 11 playoff bracket, because this is a single elimination bracket. We are going to go into draft here, I believe. Nope, never mind. I preemptively called that, but yeah.
Eventually we will.
Eventually we'll go into draft. Eventually. I looked at the screen and it was changing. And I'm like, oh, we're going into draft. But no, that was just leaving the main screen. But yeah, draft. Let's talk about draft, right? I believe we are going to see first pick on the Rillabooms is what I'm reading. Do you see any changes in the draft strategy for either team?
I honestly wouldn't think so. I think Hashir's is very dead set on their double attacker strategy right now. They've done pretty well with it. I think that's kind of what they've mainly been practicing. I wouldn't mind seeing something a little bit different, but I really liked 5 Rillaboom's composition into them. I think, the end fight just didn't work out for them. If I'm them, I'm like, well, sometimes these things happen. We lose games we shouldn't have lost. They had a great team composition, and they played it really well. The Psyduck, super annoying. I think the only thing on Hashira's that was really a nuisance to them was that Vaporeon, so maybe you take it or you ban that out. I don't know if Hashira's has a Psyduck that they want to use, but maybe the Vaporeon's kind of the only thing that wasn't that great, but I wouldn't be looking to change up too much if I'm the Rillabooms.
I mean, it looked great. Minutes 1 through 9, essentially. It's just kind of the scramble at the end there, and Ashira's kind of, ended up coming out ahead in a very crucial moment for that Kyogre. Bans, I believe, are mostly the same here, with the exception of the Psyduck. We are going to line up.
Yeah, interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind it. I mean, Psyduck looked really good. It provided a lot of value.
Yeah, maybe they want to take away that Vaporeon or actually they're going to take the Mega Gyarados early. So they kind of banned their own Psyduck away, and they give those first picks that the Hashiras chose last time right back over to them instead. So I guess Rillaboom's has a different strategy that they might want to use here. That could involve the Hoopa. They're taking that away, and they're going to take the Charizard, which I don't know if this is this Mega Charizard? That's Y, right?
That is
That's
Mega
Charizard
Y. Yep.
Okay.
That is Mega Y.
So they're going to take, double Mega composition for them. Hashiras actually are going to change it up a bit. They are going to, because they don't have that Hoopa anymore, they're going to go ahead and grab the Slowbro. That could be a really valuable option for them in this late game when you've got some Megas floating around.
Yeah, I mean, the Slow Beam could be very valuable if they're able to target the right one. But unfortunately, you can only Slow Beam one of those Megas, so you have to kind of pick and choose your battles. What's going a little bit more crazy? Is it going to be the Charizard Y? Is it going to be the Mega Gyarados? We have a couple options. We are going to steal away this Alolan Raichu away from Umi. So
yeah, I like that call.
I think it's a pretty good call. She's looked pretty dang good on it all night. So getting a player away from a comfort pick, usually a wise decision.
And this is interesting. So instead, having to pivot away from the Raichu, we're going to go with Alolan Ninetales. I can't see what the items are, but I would think we would have a Blizzard Avalanche Alolan Ninetales for some extra CC here. But I do like 5 Rillabooms kind of deciding to steal away a couple Pokemon, make United Hashiras have to think about it a little bit harder, because if nothing else, it throws them off just a bit to have to rethink the strategy that they've come up with. I do think this A9 could be pretty interesting. It's not one that we see a lot. Usually when we do, we see it kind of as a supporter. But it could do a lot of CC to this enemy composition.
We'll certainly see what's going on with this Alolan too.
CC.
We'll see. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I don't know. Yeah, I actually kind of like this Alolan Ninetales because it does end up slowing down the dive from both of the Megas, so it could provide a lot of value. And I am very interested to see the Ceruledge, which has been buffed in this most recent patch. So it's looked really good when in, I guess, the limited amount of times we've seen it tonight, and then Underdog last week. I don't know. I think it could work. Yeah. And I really do like the Phantom Force being able to dodge a lot of very important abilities.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that United Hashiras was kind of put in a position to be a little bit more reactive with their draft, which is exactly what 5 Rillabooms wanted. So we'll see if it works out for them. They've got this Mega Gyarados back, so they're going to take that up into the top.
Alrighty, yeah, let's take it into game number 3. It's going to be Slowpoke, Ceruledge in the top side. We're going to see this Magikarp making its slow way towards the top side for the 5 Rillabooms. And already fighting over this Alolan Ninetales. Alolan Vulpix actually going to be the first KO to be found. And 5 Rillabooms gets off to a very quick start.
Yeah, that was an interesting eject button over to the other side. I think they were trying to set up the Vaporeon to be able to come in. But with a double stacking Vaporeon, you kind of do just int for stacks. Sometimes that means you go down early. Sometimes that means your teammate goes down early. It's not that big of a deal, especially because the Vulpix gets online pretty fast.
And a lot of damage being found. Nice little water gun there from the Slowpoke, but this Magikarp nearly getting its effort gauge filled. Not quite yet. We are going to send a Pokemon up to the top path. Umbreon coming up for this fight. It's going to be 4v3 here. Going to try to get this Magikarp online. Diving in. Great foul play there from the Umbreon. And that is a KO, so this Magikarp's getting close.
Yeah, that's a great foul play there from them. Umbreon will go down, though, in the return before they go through the Hoopa portal. Hoopa to follow, so if they get 1, then Glaceon is going to get 2. Slowbro now trying to get up into this top path looking for a score. I don't think they realized that the Gyarados was still there, but now we do have a Gyarados.
Mega Gyarados, yeah, it's an early Mega Gyarados, so you gotta love that if you're 5 Rillabooms. Clearing the central area is gonna be Hashira, is gonna try to get this Glaceon online. Does hit that level 6, so it's a very important power spike for them. Gonna be Regidrago in a few seconds, though.
Yeah, we do have the stored power on the Alolan Raichu, this time on the other side. And unfortunately for the Alolan Ninetales, that stored power is going to absolutely rip through that Pokemon if they can't stay out of range. The good news is, not a ton of dive, but you've got double Megas, which means the Alolan Ninetales basically just goes down if one of the Megas decides to. And wow, what a flamethrower there, Fire Blast from that Charizard to take that Regidrago.
Takes it right away from Hashira's, and also going to make their way towards this T1 goal zone. Tried to score, but that's going to get stymied out by this Vaporeon, so good prowess to make sure that goes through. Oh, amazing portal. Hoopa gets through along with a couple of the Pokemon just to make sure that they do not go down in this moment. Still 4 members down here for the Rillabooms, fighting over the Saltaria family. A lot of the XP goes their way.
Yeah, Glaceon was trying to look for opportunities to lock onto the Icicle Spears, with 5 Rillabooms doing a great job of weaving in and out to make sure that the Icicle Spears can't lock on to anybody. So now we've got a couple healthy Pokemon for both sides in this bottom path, where we've got a Regieleki spawning.
Regieleki already getting tapped by the Alolan Ninetales. You have 3, make it 4 members of the Booms over here, 4 members of Hashira's. Umbreon going very deep into behind enemy lines. It's Toothless that's going to take another objective, so Regieleki starting to walk towards them, but they lost their tank, so they're going to play a little bit more cautious. Kiro has to be very careful around this slower, but Charizard takes to the skies.
Yeah, we've got that Mega. There's really not too much that the Hashiras can do when this thing Megas. You kind of got to take it down beforehand. They're going to try. They're going to look for a defense here, but not going to be able to make it happen. Likely chasing down the Glaceon, too. It's just a little bit stupid. Just a little.
Just a touch. Hoopa gets a nice 26-point dunk in on this T2. Umbreon, good peel there, making sure that Hashira is unable to advance forward towards the Hoopa, as they did burn that X speed. Slugger kind of holding the fort down in this top path, doing an incredible job. Right now, 176-7, still a Regiroulette up there for the taking.
Yeah, nobody has kind of peeled towards this just yet. Looks like 5 Rillabooms considering it. But Hashira's knows they're behind once again here, so they're going to try to get some experience first and then bring everybody up here into this top path. It is a Regirock, so teams starting to consider what they're going to go for, and we don't yet have a Unite move on Alolan Ninetales. Not too much going on, and we do see the Unite move come back out for that Mega Charizard.
Goodness.
Man, I just don't know what Hashiras can do against this thing.
Yeah, double Megas evolved at the moment. Glaceon does shred right through it. That's a big KO there, but Charizard is getting a 4-piece combo and might be a full 5-piece wipe if not for that Umbreon that stole it away. Good foul play though, but not enough. They do stop the Charizard from scoring. Good Hoopa portal just to send a couple Pokemon back to the Pokemon Center for a refresh for this fight. Umbreon taking it back. Charizard going the long way.
Yeah, this Slowbro needs to get online. It needs a Unite move because one of these Megas got to go down eventually. Finally, we do see the Alolan Ninetales at level 9, so they might be able to get a Unite move. They are able to take it, stealing that Regirock and picking up a KO. This could be United Hashira's time to jump back into a double KO streak for the Glaceon, and they might look for a push here, Kyle.
Yeah, they're looking to just fall off the back of this Glaceon Vaporeon combo. They do lose that Alolan Ninetales, but they have gotten almost every other member, so this push has been fruitful for them. 35-21, maybe another 9-40 is going to close out that T1 goal zone. So Hashira's, while they were kind of falling behind, they finally get that team fight that they so desperately needed. Another Regieleki, though, hiding in the bottom path.
Yeah, it's a really great fight for them. I mean, when there's no Megas that can evolve at the time, you definitely have a little bit more of a chance to take some of those fights. I think the problem is really going to be some of these endgame fights where you know that the Charizard and the Gyarados can Mega Evolve and really get online. I just don't know what your team can do against it, 'cause you can't outlast it. You could definitely win the fights, though, if they don't have the Megas, but there's one Mega right now.
Yeah, Slow Beam, met by a Slow Beam, but Gyarados able to survive it, and it is going to be Gyarados that survives it. Not only survives, but thrives, takes that Regieleki from Hashira's, but they do lose that Umbreon, they do lose Hoopa and Raichu, so maybe he won the battle, lose the war here. 16 followed by 49 points. It's going to leave this goal zone at 8, another 6, and they're going to go ahead and break that minimal overcap, but that does earn them the lead for the time being.
Yeah, I don't mind that play, just to get some points in here. Charizard gonna do some scoring to get that level 13. Now, I do feel like the Charizard is what's the scariest in these situations because it was not in that fight, and that ended up being a 5v4 for Hashira's, so they still did lose the Regieleki, but got a good few KOs to kind of get them back in the game. I am nervous for them though. When this Charizard is level 13, you've got a level 13 on that Gyarados. Everybody's gonna have a Unite move, and it does make me nervous for how this end game might go for them.
We'll see if you can get into the backline on this level 14 Glaceon. Regirock dangerously low, looking for a secure. Good stuns from the Umbreon. It's actually going to be Gyarados that takes this Regirock. No steal from the Hashiras there, although they do get a KO on this Alolan Raichu. 15 seconds now until Kyogre.
Yeah, that's definitely a good pickup for them. They will be back in time, and I do like the way that we're seeing the Glaceon positioning because they're playing around the Vaporeon to where they lock on and then they back up into the Aqua Ring to make sure they're not losing too much HP. Again, I feel like it doesn't matter as much if you've got a Mega Charizard to rip you apart immediately after trying to do that. But we'll see. We'll see how that ends up going. If they can get that catch and make sure that the Charizard can't just roll over the entire team, then Hashiras is in a pretty good spot. But so far, neither team really wants to commit to it. They don't know who's in the lead. There's only a 10-point differential between the two of them right now.
Only 10 points separate these two squads. This is game 3. Winner goes to the semifinals. Saraledge looking to dive in. Going to actually just immediately retreat back. But Hoopa is bringing the team with the rings unbound. They are pressing forward. Rillaboom sees the bottom side. Charizard looking for the flank on the backside. Wants to avoid the slow beam. That's a dangerous KO. Umi's the first one to go down. Vaporeon's going to be the next to fall down. Charizard takes to the skies, but they're met by the slow beam. Glaceon looking for the KO on the Charizard, but they survive. Kyogre getting chipped down by the booms. Charizard down. Mega Gyarados has entered the field, and that's a clean team wipe. 5 Rillabooms with 5 big booms, 5 big KOs, and they're going to the semifinals. They just got to get their points in.
What a fight there. A9 goes down so quickly, and then they were able to grab that Mega Charizard, but I think they forgot about the second Mega that was hitting the second tower and taking all the Pokemon down with them. There was a second Mega, Mr. President. There was a second one. And there's only one slow beam, unfortunately.
Yeah, we talked about it.
5 Rillabooms takes the fight, getting those Hundo Burgers in. They're not stopping here. 15 seconds left. And after a devastating Game 2 loss, they're going to be bringing it back and taking an upset here over the United Hashiras.
The number 10 seed has now defeated, with almost certainty. We'll have to go to the scoreboard to see if they have defeated United Hashiras. If they did. Spoiler alert. But either way, 10 seed beats the 2 seed, and that is going to be Rillabooms advancing to your semifinals to take on Exodia. 678, 196 going to be your final.
Yeah, I mean, great playing from the Glaceon. You know, I really don't like the A9. I feel like it just kind of went down as soon as its cooldowns were up. It was absolutely obliterated against both of these Mega Pokemon, and I do feel like that MVP goes to the Mega Gyarados there in that endgame fight. Great slow beam to take down the Mega Charizard, but then the Mega Gyarados came in and cleaned it up on their behalf. Great playing there from this squad, able to take down the number 2 seed, I believe, that's where the Hashiras were sitting. Number 2 seed goes down, and 5 Rillabooms will move on, and that means they will play Exodia next.
Yeah, they are. They're going to take on Exodia to advance to potentially the finals. I'm not sure if we have any sort of finalization on that top side of the bracket. I know Thanks Gaming and TR are squaring off. We could go look at the bracket while we have a little bit of time. So yeah, Thanks Gaming and TR. I'll get this updated for the Booms and the Hashiras. Yeah, unfortunate run for the Hashiras. They go down to, double Mega. It's incredibly powerful, and I love that slow beam right on the Charizard, slowed him down, but like you said, it was the second Mega, that Gyarados, that just kind of cleaned things up once that Charizard. So I actually do think it was probably very much planned by the Rillabooms to kind of stagger those Mega evolutions so that they could, maximize their value.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, the double Megas in that last game, like, that's insane to be able to get to get them all in the game without being banned, and then also getting them on the same side. You know, you already know what the threat is going in, but now there's multiple of them. It's definitely a tough composition to go up against for the Hashiras. But this is a really interesting semifinals here because we've got the 1 seed, we've got the 3 seed, but then we have the 10 and the 13 seed that I would say have upset a lot of teams tonight.
Yeah. 1000%. Yeah. There we go. I updated. We figured it out. We figured out the update button. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of tough. We'll see what's going on in that other set, but I believe we are going to take a quick break while we get the next round matchup. It's going to be Exodia versus the 5 Rillabooms we just saw. Yeah, excited about it. We'll see it on the opposite side of the break, but I'm going to go grab some water. I hope everybody else does the same, because we still have 2 rounds of Pokemon Unite for the Articuno Unite League. Season 11? I keep saying, I wanted to say season 10, but it's season 11. Top 16 bracket. 2 more rounds. We have the semifinals, finals, so don't go too far, folks. More Unite on the opposite side. Welcome back, trainers. We have our winners. Well, I guess not winners. I'm normally used to calling a double elimination bracket. This is just the semifinals. This is the second to last match. We have Exodia, 5 Rillabooms. Winner is going to be going on to your finals and be crowned your champion of Articuno Unite League season number 11. And this is going to be a fantastic matchup between very, very incredible squads, Husky.
Yeah, this one, I'm really excited for this. It's going to be really interesting, especially with the run that 5 Rillabooms has been having. It's kind of expected that Exodia would be the favorite here, but I don't know. The way that they've been playing, the way that the Rillaboom's been playing this evening has set us up for a really interesting matchup here as we get into draft for game 1.
It really is. We'll see how this draft kind of lines up for either of these squads. I mean, Mimikyu is definitely something you have to think about if you're the 5 Rillabooms, because Sarah looked absolutely incredible on that Pokemon earlier in the evening. So far, the bans have excluded Mimikyu, so Charizard, Y, Meowth, Blastoise, Psyduck all getting the chopping block. Be very wise to take this Mega Gyarados away from Slugger that we saw him pilot in that last round matchup. So pretty standard bans across the board.
Yeah, this is kind of expected. Double Megas banned. We've got the defender support squad kind of banned over on the other side, but we'll see what Exodia wants to lock in. I mean, we've got a couple good options for that first pick that you might want to take away. Notably, Blissey is on the board, but it's interesting seeing Exodia ban out 3 carries and Rillaboom's ban out like 3 defenders. So Exodia is going to grab that Blissey.
I'm not super surprised. Blissey will go really well into whatever carries that they want to go. I assume we're going to play heavy dive. Exodia usually likes to play that style of Pokemon Unite. Rillaboom's going to try to avoid that with this Miraidon, so going to lay that electric terrain down and not going to line up that Umbreon, which we've seen oftentimes go a couple of different ways, but we've seen very frequently the foul play moveset with that Pokemon today.
Yeah, that's not surprising to me, honestly, because foul play kind of has that double stun. You can set Pokemon up to be in whatever position that you really want. On the other side, we're going to see Sarah bring back that Mimikyu that we saw earlier. It was really, really strong. And the Crustle. I have really loved the Crustle. It feels like it's never enough to be like a first pick, but it's just such a solid defender. You really can't go wrong.
Yeah, and it's always interesting to see Crustle into willingly into the Umbreon, knowing Umbreon could steal away all of those massive Rabble Rouser shields, and even some of the other shields that it gets throughout its kit. I see an Assault Vest being, a potential other shield that it could steal away. We are lining up that Mimikyu like we talked about for Exodia. Sarah going to line that up. We're also going to play with a Dodrill and an Urshifu.
That's an interesting Dodrio. I mean, it's still always good, but I feel like it's only super solid now in the hands of a really good player. On the other side, locking in that Leafeon to round us out. So 2 speedsters. I feel like we don't see speedsters as often. We kind of only see them really countering something specific, but both of these teams gonna grab those speedsters. Nothing really for Toothless on the Leafeon to go after besides this Dodrio. So it's just gonna kind of be which speedster gets out ahead early.
Yeah, I mean, speedster on speedster. Leafeon notably normally goes a little bit quicker through its central area and provides a little bit more value. Obviously, Dodrio needs that level 4 or level 5 opposed to that level 4. So we'll see. We'll see if Rillaboom wants to do any sort of creative jungle central area clears to maybe spring that spring that Leafeon towards a path early on, maybe for an early push, but time will tell.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting set here for our first game. I do like I'm not sure if I like the Blaziken anymore. I guess we'll kind of have to see. It's got a kit that's really versatile, but after the nerfs, I'm wondering if we're still going to see teams be picking it up consistently. So I'm definitely going to be watching that one. But I mean, this is a gold badge not Glaceon, Jesus, Blaziken. So clearly they know what they're doing with this Pokemon.
A few gold badges on there, but this is your winners, regular semifinals. Exodia going to be on your purple side. 5 Rillabooms going to be on your orange side. They are going to take this Dodrio not to the central area, but towards the top path.
Yeah, they're going to be heading up there. Sorry. Wait. Oh, okay. I was like, what is this Leafeon doing? They're actually just doing a more interesting jungle rotation than I've seen. But we've got an invasion here from this Hoopa heading in, looking for that red buff. But the Crustle has joined the Urshifu to help stop this invasion.
Yeah, I like that play from Crustle, knowing that you're probably going to get invaded as a Cubfu. And Hoopa's a great target to try the invasion. It didn't quite work out so far. But however, Husky, they have stalled out a lot of time and slowed this clear, and it's this Leafeon that's going to be the first to hit this top path, and it's going to immediately find value and get a KO on the Doduo.
Yeah, that's a really great call, I think, for the Rillabooms. You've got this Urshifu, and even if it does get that level 5 eventually, you are preventing the Doduo from getting that level 5 as early as they needed it. So already, the Leafeon getting a KO and, coming out this early game with a strong lead is going to be definitely exactly what you want to see. Ooh, Urshifu getting really low there. It's soft-boiled, able to heal them up just enough for them to get out.
And it's going to be Umbreon hovering around this bottom side of the map in the central area. Speedster versus this Urshifu. Leafeon going to just try to run away because a level 6 on that Urshifu going for an invade is always a tough matchup for something like this. Leafeon are going to go ahead and steal away one of the Baltoys, make that move towards this red buff. Should be able to clear it pretty easily, and that is a mission accomplished for this all-rounder.
Yeah, they definitely want to make sure that they're pushing their advantage as much as they can, especially with Urshifu. They do have that double KO streak for the Dodrio coming out here. And we still just have a Combuskin on the side of 5 Rillaboom. So Exodia really showing why they are that upper seed at the moment in terms of leveling up. A 5 Rillabooms holding on. I mean, if you get that level 8 on the Leafeon, like we saw them doing earlier, that's going to be really strong to just try to one-shot some of the Pokemon on the other side.
Be a little bit of a fight over these 720 birds. Razor Leaf going to hit the mark on this Dodrio. Damage them a little bit, but healed up immediately by the soft-boiled Blissey. Gonna run around in this tall grass, look for a way, but good push there from Hoopa to avoid a lot of the damage going out of the birds from Exodia. Umbreon doing a great job with the front line. Hoopa setting up some portals. There's a big scuffle here, sending Leafeon back to the T1. Hoopa also gonna have to pop that X speed. 2 members going down. This Urshifu Dodrio looking really strong now.
Yeah, Exodia pushing their advantage here before Leafeon gets online. They know they're not running into any Unite moves, and they can just continue pushing, trying to keep the pressure on, take away as much experience as they can. Urshifu now, that level 9 has a Unite move. Leafeon just ticked in level 8, so they also have one. But Eterna just trying to make sure that they're getting some vision, keeping Exodia at the advantage. And that Regieleki is going to be walking toward a tier 2 goal zone while the rest of the squad moving down towards the basement path.
Boom's looking for a secure. Blaziken does it better than anyone else, at least right now. They do let this one walk, but you do trade that Regirock for it. Emerald Two-Step's going to hit the mark there, help take out a couple of Pokemon of Exodia. So it's a lot of experience going the way of the Rillabooms. Unite move now from the Miraidon, try to send a couple of people scattering from this T1. Blissey is going to be on the retreat, going to gobble up a citrus berry, maybe eat an egg for itself. A lot of protein, but they're still going back to the Pokemon Center.
Yeah, look at them. Already trying to move in, looking for a score as well. Umbreon not going to be able to get it. Too many points that they're holding, and Dodrio has arrived. Maybe overstaying here. The Rillabooms. Big snarl from the Umbreon will hold on for the time being, but a great rock tomb to seal them away. And Exodia will be able to pick up that KO. 5 Rillabooms did have a pretty good fight there, though.
It did. I mean, they won a fight. I think it was a little bit an odd man advantage, so I believe it was Mimikyu was a little bit away. So we'll see how it goes when they are even strength. No power play. And it's going to be a bottom side push. Still a T1 up here for Rillabooms. Exodia was looking for a way over there, but instead they're going to make a line directly towards this T2 on the top side. A lot of speed from this Dodrio. They do get a lot of that in, but they pay for it with a KO. Leafeon taking that one. Blaziken forced to use an eject button just to get away from the grasp of this Mimikyu and Urshifu.
Yeah, so 151 now to 107. Rillaboom's holding on here. Leafeon at level 11, but they will go down before they can use the Unite move. Great X Scissor prevents them. They push them right into the Mimikyu as well, which just makes it so much harder for them to get out. I guess it's kind of double speedster here for Exodia if you count the Mimikyu just being able to deal out a ton of damage in a quick fashion. But here comes the Rings Unbound trying to prevent this push into that tier 1 goal zone.
The play with me directly on the Miraidon was the first pin to fall for the Rillabooms, and now Exodia trying to push this T1 goal zone. Umbreon, after getting KO'd, is able to make it back towards it with that Hoopa, able to get just barely out of the grasp of that Mimikyu. 40 points looking to go on in. Meteor's falling down, and that's going to prevent that from happening. Urshifu dangerously low, going to try to dive right back in. Blissey Unite, Umbreon Unite's going to see all of those shields away. Urshifu does take out the Miraidon. X Scissor from Crustle is going to dish out a lot of damage. Leafeon also doing a lot of heavy lifting there, but Mimikyu fighting into the Speed Flux zone, dancing on the dance floor, and they are going to get away from 5 Rillabooms and points raining in on this T1.
They know how to use that Trick Room. That is absolutely for sure. Coming back down with 45 points, going to be able to break it with a 42-point overcap. Miraidon tries to prevent it at the last moment, but Mimikyu is going to try to chase them down. They'll go down. Exodia with a huge lead now, able to take this Regirock and have full control over the map.
Yeah, I mean, 273-107. When you have a Hoopa, you don't really expect to not have map control. So Exodia has done a good job of pushing these goal zones and taking the advantages where they can. So it's not looking so hot for the Rillabooms, who are the Cinderella in this matchup. The 10 seed versus the 2 seed. Exodia certainly looking like the 2 seed here.
Yeah, for sure. They are doing a fantastic job keeping their lead. And 5 Rillabooms, I guess they just haven't really struggled throughout the night. And it seems like they're panicking a little bit. They've had a great couple of sets where they've really taken it to some of these top teams. And I don't think they expected to be handled this way by Exodia. So they're going to have to kind of come back in here, figure out what their plan is for this final fight. And I also think that having this Leafeon at level 13, the Blaziken at level 13, you're in a really solid position. If you can get a catch and don't let some of your backline or your Leafeon get caught out, then you're in a pretty good spot.
And it's going to be 10 seconds until the first Kyogre of this set. Mimikyu gets sought out by this Umbreon. Yeah, good play there from the Umbreon just to make sure that they're grabbing vision. Leafeon actually going for a quick back cap, though.
Yeah, they're going to try to shrink that score lead a little bit. They don't know exactly how far behind they are, but the downside to that is the Mimikyu can really rip through this Kyogre already at half. Rings Unbound come in. Everybody's grouped together, and they just jump right on top of the Rillabooms, Kyle.
Yeah, 4, make it 5 members down. Exodia ready for the punch, and that's going to be a game 1 victory, given any potential comeback. I don't even see a way for Rillabooms to come back in this one as points start to pile in on these T2 goal zones. Another hundo. That is the white flag. That is the GG. Exodia taking game 1. Rillabooms going to the drawing board for game 2.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about the back cap into Rings Unbound play is you kind of know it's going to happen, right? You know exactly when and how it's going to exist. So with something like a Crustle, you can just jump into where the Rings Unbound is coming out and throw your Unite move down, let the team do the work, just try to death ball on top of them, and it really worked out here for Exodia. They were able to take them down really before the Rillabooms could respond to it, and we can see from some of these numbers here, that was absolutely Exodia's game. 8 KOs on the Urshifu, 7 KOs on that Mimikyu. The Trick Room Mimikyu that has kind of become famous throughout the course of this season of Articuno League.
Yeah, semester of Articuno. I mean, it's maybe kind of a semester. I mean, I think it lasts a little bit shorter of a time than a full school year semester. But either way,
yeah, I guess so.
Maybe a little bit less.
Semester of Articuno League coming to a close this evening. a little bit of a late spring semester here. I guess the winter semester.
The winter semester, yeah.
For this, coming to an end.
415, 193, your final here in game number 1. Exodia, 1 win away from earning a spot in the finals to take on Thanksgaming. And I believe it was a 2-0 victory, so the 13 seed of TR fell down to Thanksgaming. Very unfortunate for them, but the 1 seed has prevailed and made it to the finals. The 3 seed looking to join them. Rillaboom's the lowest seed remaining in this tournament, sitting at, level 10, at the rank 10 of our bracket. So we'll see if they are able to kind of even up the series, bring us to a game 3 for an ever important game number 3 that could potentially send either of those squads. But their backs are against the wall right now. They have to win this one, otherwise their night's over.
Yeah, I mean, Rillaboom's already on the chopping block here, and it really kind of looked like the previous set where Rillaboom's was in control over the Hashiras the entire time, except Exodia was the ones in control that entire match. It really was their game to lose. I think that the composition that 5 Rillabooms put together in that previous match was kind of just not really it. The Leafeon did really well against the double attacker comp that United Hashiras had. Not super sure that it did amazing against what Exodia was pulling out. I think you need something a little bit tankier. Blaziken, not super impressive. Honestly, I really do think that the nerfs hurt it a lot.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't have that unstoppable in overheat anymore. It does have, or I guess other Pokemon have the ability to knock it out of it. There are a few targets. I mean, Psyduck is a very notable one. Obviously, that Pokemon being banned, but it's not as strong as it was before. It's not as sure of a hit when it comes to those contested objectives. Still very powerful, still very strong, still a pretty dang good all-rounder, but yeah, definitely not the cream of the crop that it was.
Yeah, I definitely think so. It kind of, like, it sucks a little bit, but Blaziken had so much time where it was doing really well. I think that the damage on overheat just doesn't really seem like it's doing too much anymore, and it just doesn't have the utility. I guess when you compare it to something like the way that the Trick Room Mimikyu was absolutely demolishing the entire time, we've seen it do so well for this team throughout the entirety of the season. I think that 5 Rillabooms needs to pull out kind of what their, like, special Pokemon are that they know for sure that they can perform really well on. And I think they were trying to do that with the Blaziken, but it might have just been that the nerfs hit it a little bit too hard. Maybe we pull out the Lucarios. We start to bring back we start to take out the Mega Lucarios, for example. Maybe take those away from Exodia. I know that there are a couple players on that side like to run the Mega Lucarios. Start to take them. Maybe pull out the Mega Gyarados. Pull out a Charizard or two. Go crazy.
Go crazy with it. Who knows? Well, not going to be able to take at least the Mega Gyarados or the Mega Charizard. Why? Because those have now hit the ban phase. Both teams banning 1 Mega aside, and there's a few other Pokemon that I imagine we'll see some bans of. Vaporeon, certainly one of them. Wouldn't be surprised if we see that Mimikyu ban. The Meowth ban certainly makes sense as well.
Yeah, the Meowth, we're not going to see it at all, even after nerfing it a little bit. It's just a lot. It does a lot of things. We're also going to be banning out the Vaporeon and the Psyduck, so a couple different bans than we saw in the previous match, but still kind of having the same general effect. And we are going to see that Blastoise come out. Notably, Exodia banned the Blastoise. Instead, they're going to be banning the Mega Gyarados, kind of forcing 5 Rillabooms into this first pick Blastoise.
First pick Blastoise, a tale as old as time. If it's not banned, it's certainly going to get picked. Certainly one of the strongest Pokemon in the game currently. But that does open the door for Exodia to grab a couple of other power picks, the Umbreon per se, and then also this Mega Lucario, which I think, honestly, Husky, I think Mega Lucario is a pretty decent Pokemon into that Blastoise.
Yeah, it's been doing pretty well. I mean, when it's in its Mega form, it has full unstoppable of every move that it could use in its kit. So the Blastoise doesn't really disposition it the way that it normally would. So I do like this Mega Lucario pick. We are going to see 5 Rillabooms take away this famous Mimikyu, which I do like. You know, if Exodia is planning on running that Mimikyu again, at least they're going to have to rethink their strategy, and the Mimikyu getting pulled away from them.
Yeah, honestly, very smart there. I actually really like this pivot from them. However, I am a little bit worried here for the Rillabooms because you need something to slow down the healing of this Clefable. I would imagine that we're going to lock something in that can do that. I would love to see a Miraidon right here. I think Miraidon would do very well into it, but currently not seeing one.
Yeah, I mean, they're actually considering this this Delphox, which I don't hate. You've got some CC with Fire Spin, but you also have a lot of Unstoppable with Exodia's comp. Mewtwo X coming out, which kind of fell off. Did it get nerfed?
Yeah.
Everyone was using Mewtwo X for a second, and then it got a little bit of a nerf, and now we don't see it as often. Still seems like it's pretty good, so we are going to see both Mewtwo's coming out here. Exodia rounding out their composition with the Ceruledge.
Okay, I like the Ceruledge last pick here. I think it does well into a lot of things. You can avoid a lot of the damage from, let's say, the Mewtwo. You could avoid some damage from the Blastoise. Also, the Delphox to some extent with that Phantom Force. So excited to see Eterna kind of take it and use that at a pretty high level. Draco in chat saying that Blue Kiro is fake because he didn't pick Desi. Draco, you didn't miss the Desi pick earlier. You did miss that one. He did pick it earlier, so he's not fake.
Yeah, Draco, come on now. But we do see. So I do want to talk a little bit about the Ceruledge because. And as we see, Eterna is the one going to be grabbing that. Nope, they're going to switch back. Okay, never mind. Just ignore me when I speak. But the Ceruledge is interesting because I feel like this Pokemon really shines when all-rounders get nerfed. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like when there's a patch, there's a set of all-rounders that get buffed, and they're broken, and everybody's playing them. You know, we have, like, the Blaziken, the Mewtwo X, and all those Pokemon that were buffed a little bit. And then some all-rounders get nerfed, and I feel like that's when people remember how good Ceruledge is. Because it does well when other all-rounders aren't as good, right? Because it's kind of more like speedstery. It's a little squishier, but it's got some good sustain. So I feel like in times like now where we had a recent patch, this Ceruledge has been doing really well.
Let's get into game number 2 of your semifinals. Exodia up 1-0. 5 Rillabooms going to be on your purple side. They're going to take that Mewtwo X up towards the top path, along with this Glossifleur, which you don't see a ton of Eldegoss these days.
Yeah, but Eldegoss is always a Pokemon that's good. Like, no matter what, if you're struggling to figure out what support you want to take, you're never going to go wrong with Eldegoss. It's got some range, it's got healing, it's really consistent. So definitely not a bad pick at all. In this bottom path, though, already dropping pretty low HP here on the Rillaboom's side. This is a tough path.
It's very tough. Mewtwo Y, very mean early on, offers a stun, offers a lot of A-plus pressure. So it's a lot to deal with. Nice little Meteor Mash there to separate a couple of Pokemon, but you have to burn that eject button on this Mega Lucario. Gonna retreat one more Meteor Mash to send them back a little bit, but that allows enough time for Eterna to come to the top path, dishing out a lot of damage to this Mewtwo X, also sending them back to the Pokemon Center. Glossifleur, not an Eldegoss, not enough healing to keep them up.
Yeah, a lot of damage here from the Ceruledge early, especially with that passive. They're going to pick up the Gossifleur as well. Before they even get to an Eldegoss, the poor little baby flower. We do have a Clefable now online with that Moonlight, going to try to heal themselves back up, get out of the way of this Mewtwo X. That's still only level 4, so Eterna can just kind of walk all over this goal zone right now.
Yep, and those are 2 additional KOs. Exodia, maybe not even overstaying their welcome. They're staying the exact right amount of time, getting all the value that you wanted. Level 7 on the Ceruledge. Gonna go take a nice little trip through the enemy central area, steal that red buff, but it was actually able to salvage the Rillaboom's were with a Baltoy, and that was an evolution for this Eldegoss.
I mean, you may as well take some time in the central area knowing that the Mimikyu for the other side is still in that bottom path, and now you've kind of forced them to stay down there because the Cerulege has gotten so far ahead that they're not going to be able to win if they go back into their own central area. So instead, this Mimikyu stays in the bottom path, getting some KOs, a double KO of their own. And now the level 8 Cerulege has come down. They have something to say about it.
Yeah, Delphox goes down. Eldegoss goes down, but this Mimikyu is going absolutely bananas. They're able to take out that Clefable as well, and it is the Rillabooms that takes that first goal zone, the bottom side T1, the first one to fall.
That's a great pick there for that Blastoise to get that level 7. They were able to grab that level 8 Cerulege and bring them up to their final evolution. It's going to be really important for 5 Rillabooms because this bottom path kind of sucks. You've got 2 3-stage evolutions that aren't that great early. So now having both of them, knowing you have your Blastoise at level 8, you've got Delphox hitting their second move at level 7. You're in a great position in that bottom path.
They're going to forego this Reg Ice on the top side for that Regieleki on the bot, which means all 5 members of Exodia looking to push and siege this T1. Knowing that there are a couple members down on the bottom side, they're going to try to take their opportunity. 5 points in, 30 points from this Lucario. That's going to break that T1. There's that Revenant Ren from Cerulege slicing through the Rillabooms, sending this Mimikyu back to the Speed Flux as points deposited into that T2.
You've got Blastoise at level 8, not quite level 9, so they're not going to be able to use the Unite move here. Play with Me comes down, but it's immediately taken off of the Cerulege's head. Moonlight doing so much healing. Blastoise going down. The Mega Lucario is out. 3 members of 5 Rillabooms down. Exodia going to keep pushing, putting small amounts of points into this Tier 2 goal zone.
Might as well. You have the time, you have the space, you have the points. Now you have a very small lead in terms of the points score. Blastoise is going to meet a couple Pokemon in the central area. Mewtwo forced to use their Unite move, teleport away. There's that Hydro Typhoon, misses the Mewtwo as they escape, but 2 members of Exodia going back to the Pokemon Center.
Yeah, that's what you want if you're 5 Rillabooms, right? Exodia overstays a little bit. You don't get the Mewtwo Y here, but you do have a 5-man push onto this Tier 1 goal zone, and they're not going to be able to stop it. You've got a couple basic attacks coming out. Great Fire Spin there, though. We do see the Mega Evolution for the Mewtwo Y, but they are held back from this Fire Spin. Blastoise will go down to the Mewtwo. We do have Delphox going down. The other Mewtwo! We see the other Infinite Cybern come out from the Mewtwo X, but still, Exodia will come out on top of this short push from 5 Rillabooms.
It'll take a lot of resources to take out that Mewtwo X, but eventually they go down. Clefable healing up those HP bars with that Moonlight. So it's going to be Exodia that's able to keep the tempo on this top side. Where that Regi Roulette is going to be on the bottom side, we'll have that Regieleki. We'll see if either team wants to push that. Right now, Rillaboom's really prioritizing their levels, capturing wild Pokemon.
Yeah, I mean, 5 Rillabooms does have a pretty okay score lead at the moment. Exodia has not really tried to push into this bottom goal zone. They've been putting points into the top for the entirety of the game. So they've kind of just let bottom go over to 5 Rillabooms because I guess they're confident that they can stop this Regieleki from going in. But we do see 3 I said just the wrong number. 3 members of 5 Rillabooms is what I meant to say, not 5 members of 3 Rillabooms going into the Tier 2 goal zone looking for potential opportunity to push. It doesn't look like they're going to commit to it. Up here, meanwhile, Cerulege in the top path is going to get a double KO streak, but will Mimikyu be able to hunt them down?
They're certainly going to try. Shadow Sneak and Claw both misses the mark. Eterna able to zip, zap, dodge a lot of that. Fire Spin looking to chase them down. Mystical Fire unable to do it. Met by a Psy Strike into the Infinite Cybern. Immediately deleted was the Delphox. Absolutely rude. Cotton Cloud Crash. Another Infinite Cybern. This time on the opposite side. Blastoise was looking for their Hydro Typhoon, but Cerulege able to dodge that one. Mimikyu met by a blender of damage from Exodia. And now they move towards this Regidrago. They capture it, and now they're looking to capture this T1 on the bottom side.
That's just mean from Exodia, but I guess that's what happens when you over push. You get forced, your entire team gets forced into a fight that they can't win there. Exodia able to masterfully bait 5 Rillabooms into that fight in the central area. What did I say? I said nothing wrong. We do see Umbreon getting caught a little bit. Don't know what that was about. I guess they thought that nobody was there at that top zone, but if you're going to lose anybody, it's the lowest level on your team. It's not too bad.
It's not too bad at all. You still have a pretty decent point lead right now. Shadow Sneak was looking to tag one of those Pokemon attacking that Altaria family. Misses that, but it does send them scattering, allowing Rillabooms to take that experience off the map. A third Reggie Roulette has hit the Theia Sky Ruins. Both teams looking to fight over position. 5 Rillabooms, all 5 here. All 5 of Exodia is going to be a Reg Ice, as it's going to be Eldegoss looking to go in. Blastoise going to surf, misses a couple, unable to pull anybody into danger. Reggie Ice dangerously low now. Still, both teams kind of waiting out their cooldowns, but it is Exodia taking it.
Oh, the Blastoise kind of caught here. The power-up punch will take them down. 12 seconds left, and Blastoise is going to come back in time, but it doesn't look like Exodia wants to give enough time for 5 Rillabooms. They're just going to take the fight on the retreat. 5 Rillabooms was trying to run away, and Exodia tracks them down. 4 members down. It's just Blastoise coming into the central area, so Exodia is going to look to take this Kyogre off the map.
It's getting very low. Will Mewtwo have one opportunity? Blastoise is looking for the Hydro Typhoon, but it's not enough. There's that Infinite Cyber, but it is too late. Cinderella, the clock strikes midnight, and Exodia looking to push and close the door in the semifinals.
Who would Cinderella be in this situation?
The Booms, because they're the 10 seed.
Delphox specifically?
Maybe. Yeah, probably.
Okay, so let's cast everybody. So Delphox maybe is Cinderella. The fairy godmother,
Eldegoss.
probably Mimikyu because it's the fairy type.
Oh,
right?
Eldegoss.
Or Eldegoss.
Yeah.
Eldegoss is the fairy godmother, maybe?
Yeah.
So then the mice, the little mice would be the Mimikyu.
Yeah, I agree.
I think.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And then the prince, I guess Mewtwo X, unfortunately, would be the prince.
I mean, he's just a man. Like, Mewtwo X is just a man.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
That's true.
Draku said it's 10:11 p.m. The clock strikes midnight, as a matter of fact. Kyle said it, and Kyle's right about everything. But Exodia is going to take this one in a 2-0 fashion. I mean, great playing from 5 Rillabooms, but Exodia really capitalized off that pick on the Blastoise in those final moments, and 5 Rillabooms was just not ready for it. And you can see it with the numbers. 15 KOs from that Ceruledge. I think my prediction was right about Ceruledge really shining in metas like this.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, Ceruledge, definitely one of those Pokemon that can be overlooked, but I don't think you can really overlook things too much further because this Pokemon looks really strong. And Rillaboom's a fantastic bracket run, beating some really strong squads, but unfortunately for them, they are done for the evening. Top 4, nothing to sneeze at because there's a pretty good stuff there. But yeah, Exodia taking it to them. They're going to meet Thanks Gaming, the 3 versus the 1 seed, going to be your grand finals of the Season 11 Articuno League.
Yeah, we are going to be getting into our grand finals very soon because now we've got both of our teams in there. And after a really interesting bracket throughout the night, a lot of upsets from either side, but we are going to end up with some of our top teams here in this grand finals.
Yeah, gotta love to see it. I would have loved to see the Rillabooms maybe sneak out a couple wins here and take it to the finals, but we're certainly going to have a fantastic showing in our finals, which gonna be very soon, Husky. We're gonna take a very quick break while we get set up. It is a little bit different. So being that this is a single elimination bracket, it is a best of 5 going into the final. So it'll be a little bit different as we see Exodia take on Thanks Gaming. But with that said, we are going to take a very small break. On the other side, the finals, Thanks Gaming versus Exodia. Don't go too far, trainers. Welcome back, trainers. Thanksgiving, Exodia, best of 5 to settle who's going to win the Articuno Unite League top 16 bracket for our Season 11 playoffs. It's been a wonderful run for both of these teams. The number 1 seed taking on the number 3 seed, and you almost couldn't have scripted it better. This is going to be a absolute... I don't even know what the word to describe it because it's been a long night, but it's going to be a fantastic matchup.
Yeah, these two teams have had a fantastic season, and they've been doing really, really well tonight. So, I mean, we just saw Exodia, and they have been looking unstoppable. They kind of upset the upsetters in that last setup, but Thanksgiving, very, very consistent season coming into this playoffs as the number 1 seed. So a lot of really solid players with some really interesting team strategies. I feel like Exodia just is the team that kind of just plays anything, and they end up making it work. So you can't really trick a team like Exodia unless you're playing Hoopa with Trick. But you can't really catch Exodia off guard because they just kind of have an answer to everything. And Thanksgiving, one of the most consistent teams that we've seen in the Articuno League all season. They've been playing incredibly well. They have some really solid picks, and they're just a really fun team to watch. They just like have a good time. Like, you can always tell they're just enjoying themselves. And I feel like when a team is having fun, that can be really threatening. That can be really threatening for the other teams.
True, very true. Yeah, I don't know if we'll see any Trick. But Hyde actually says that he wants to see Sableye, Duraludon, and T-Tar all in one comp. I don't know if that's
come on, let's go
going
teams.
to happen, though.
Lock it in.
Yeah, I don't know if that's
Lock
gonna
it
happen.
in.
That'd be fun. We've seen T-Tar once tonight, I believe, so you never know.
Oh, have we?
Yeah. I think it was a game where you one of the games you were in here. It didn't go well for them.
Okay.
It didn't go well for the T-Tar. So.
Oh, all right. All right, fair enough. Well, we've got a best of 5 grand finals match coming at you very shortly. So a little bit of an extended set that we've got. At least that's what the teams are kind of hoping for going into this final set. Both of these teams are looking really solid. I feel like I don't really have a prediction out the gate. Exodia seemed pretty unstoppable, but Thanksgiving also a very consistent team. Not a team to scoff at as our number 1 seed. I really don't have like a strong prediction for who's going to take this set.
We haven't seen Thanksgiving tonight. I've seen them a couple of different times throughout Underdunk and here and there, and they tend to produce very well and they play pretty well in tournaments. But for me, it's really hard to bet against Exodia, just knowing the history that they've had in some of the grassroots tournaments that they're normally into the bracket well after you go to bed, Husky. I don't know if you rewatch the VODs after you go to bed, but they're oftentimes they're oftentimes in the grand finals or very close to it. So it's hard to bet against them, but I mean, that's why we play the game. They're going to have their backs up against the wall, and we are going to get into game number 1. Exodia going to be on your first pick side.
Yeah, so we're going to see the bans coming out here. I guess this Psyduck has been a force to be reckoned with for a lot of these teams because this thing, it's annoying. It's got 4 good moves, and it's just so much CC. It looks like also we're gonna be banning out the Gengar from Eterno, which I was hoping to see tonight, but I feel like this player, a lot of people think that they're a one-trick player because of their Gengar, but they have so many Pokemon that they play very well, and it looks like Thanksgiving wants to ban all of them.
Yeah, it's wise, honestly, to go ahead and do that. Try to take away that Cerulege that worked out very well for them. I think Mimikyu could have also been another great option, but they're going to kind of prioritize these all-rounders and then that one speedster of the Gengar. So not super surprising there. Exodia kind of banning the Pokemon that they think that they're going to have a hard time dealing with their carries.
Yeah, I mean, they kind of have a lot of options here, and I'm kind of surprised to see them go with that Snorlax first pick. They don't want to play their hand. They want to see what Thanksgiving wants to play and then kind of deal with that option. I like that like kind of responsive strategy from them. They definitely want that Snorlax, which means that Thanks Gaming gets to lock in a Blissey and the Mega Charizard Y. Vaporeon notably still on the board. We've still got some we still got the Mimikyu as well on the board. Sableye is an option that Jonathan asked for in the chat, so we could see that potentially coming out here.
Yeah, I mean, he asked for the Sableye. Will we get it? Will we also get the T-Tar that he asked for? It'd be a lot of things to ask for. He wishes to their command, though, so Sableye is gobbled up there by Exodia. We do have the Talonflame as well, but with Vaporeon still on the loose, Thanks Gaming takes that one, as well as this Blastoise that somehow has fallen this far in draft.
Yeah, this is such an interesting draft. I feel like Thanks Gaming has got everything that I would say are options for a first pick, whereas Exodia has just kind of taken whatever they want. They're going double speedster. They're considering that Mega Lucario, which they have played throughout the evening. The Mega Lucario has looked absolutely ridiculous, but this is a composition that I would be like, yeah, I mean, only a really good team would pull a comp like this in the grand finals.
A Decidueye last pick would be incredibly bold.
No.
It would be very bold if we saw it, but Husky, I think this might be a Razor. I think this might be a Razor Leaf Desi, at least with the item set that we see.
Oh yeah, yes, absolutely. We've got the leftovers on the Blissey with the Energy at Buddy Barrier. This has gotta be a Razor Leaf Desi with X Attack. We've got Drain Crown on it. Oh, for sure. It's dangerous into a double speedster, but if you can make sure you don't fall too far behind, this could be a really interesting, funny pick.
Yeah, it certainly could be. I'm looking at the item set for the Snorlax as well. And look how many score shields we have here, Husky. We have a score shield on Snorlax.
Look at the goal getters.
On Sableye, on Talonflame, we're holding amulet coins. I mean, everybody is playing heavy score focused. And honestly, I think that's really wise. I think that's really wise into this Razor Leaf Desi.
Yeah, I mean, but considering the Razor Leaf Desi, if you stand on a goal zone, you're not going to get small points in if you have that Razor Leaf active, and that's kind of what score comp depends on. But the thing is, the rotation ability of Exodia's composition. You can have Pokemon on every goal zone at the same time. So knowing that, I feel like, how can you put Razor Leaf Desi everywhere?
True.
The Mega Charizard Y is also going to be interesting because while that Mega is active, you're not scoring anything. But if you split everybody up and you're not going for team fights, then this could be an interesting game one.
This is going to be an interesting game one of your finals here. Articuno Unite League season number 11 championship on the line. Thanks Exodia going to be on your purple side. Thanks Gaming on your orange side. We are going to take this Mega Lucario up to the top path, but we are having an invade Sableye and Snorlax looking to bully this little Rowlet.
The double invasion. Trying to go after this poor little Rowlet who's getting absolutely decimated. Sableye picking up that KO and the blue buff. I think Thanks Gaming is just not going to worry about it too much and try to make sure that they can get the Pokemon they do have in path up to a decent level before they try to worry about this Rowlet who's just getting walked on right now by this Snorlax. They're not really going to be able to get any experience.
Not even a little bit. So they are going to vacate their own central area for this top path, while Eterno has been doing a lot of work trying to get some points in for themselves. They're going to burn an eject button, try to push the Squirtle Blissey away. Meow has joined the fray. Squirtle burns their own eject button, able to get just barely away from the clutches of this Dodrio. Now it's for the Fletchinder that has joined the fight in the top side, and it's actually not too bad here for Thanks Gaming as this Dartrix started to do something, but then the rest of them came in and they're going to be forced to their own speed flux.
Whole squad pulls up, the goal getters come out, and 4 members of Exodia deposit their points and leave, as is the score composition. We're going to try to see this Talonflame likely get enough experience to get to that level 7, but the level 7 for Dodrio will likely come from the opposite side of the map.
It's going to take a little bit for Thanks Gaming to get fully online, and these invades are making that mission to get online that much more difficult. Obviously, you see it at level 6 only on this Dartrix, and you're also stuck at level 4 in the Squirtle stage of life. Now this Dodrio is looking for a little bit of a bully angle, but instead they're going to pivot towards that top side and look to deposit more points up there.
Yeah, they're not trying to team fight. They're just trying to get some points. Thanks Gaming has been able to maintain a decent point differential. They've got 85 points. The Sableye walks into a lot. Snorlax walks through all 5 members, and instead they're going to try to go for a score for themselves on the opposite side. Not too worried about anything that's going on with Thanks Gaming. They're just going to do their own thing.
They certainly are, yeah. 179 points in already for Exodia. And it is a Razor Leaf, Desi, so just kind of as we theorized, given the item set. I do like it. I do worry that maybe if we don't need to team fight, it's going to be Exodia just with a insurmountable lead by the time Kyogre hits the Thea Sky Ruins. But we do have objectives hitting the map. Bottom side going to be Alecki, so Thanks Gaming at least has been able to slow down the additional points in if they're able to slow down and keep the Snorlax away from this Alecki.
Yeah, I mean, Alecki's getting very low. Sableye was going for it here, not able to make it happen. It will be one of those little Razor Leafs that's going to pick it up. And the thing is, for Exodia, if they can get a big enough score lead, then they don't really need to worry too much about Kyogre, but Thanks Gaming knows that, so they're going to try to make sure that they are also keeping up with that score and kind of turning themselves into a semi-score comp and then trying to force some of these team fights that Exodia absolutely does not want with their current composition.
JKDX being very cautious, avoiding a lot of these speedster play. They know at least where some of them are. Talonflame on the top side, and it's going to be this Dodrio on the bottom side. Blissey also heavily pocketing them, making sure that the speedsters cannot approach. So we'll see how this goes towards the end of the game, but as we get towards the mid game, it's still a pretty significant lead for Exodia.
Oh, here comes the Aura Cannon, and then right into the opposing Mega. Lucario is going to jump back in there. They're going to pick up 1, but that was definitely bold of them. I guess they assumed that they would be going down, so they may as well take a Blissey with them.
I mean, you probably take that trade if you're Thanks Gaming. You take a Mega Lucario for your support or your lowest level Blissey. So I think you got to be pretty happy with that. It's obviously not going exactly the way that they would want in this game, being down points, but they have an opportunity to push this T1 here. 29, 6, 15, and 3 going in. Don't believe that's enough to break, but it is going to start getting them a little bit closer in score.
Yeah, I mean, Thanks Gaming playing it very well, all things considered. So while Exodia is fighting individually, sending Pokemon across the map, they are going to be fighting as one team and forcing these team fights and picking up these KOs whenever they can. So that will be a break for them. And Exodia has not been able to get the score lead that they would want with the score comp. They're putting in small amounts of points, but Thanks Gaming is keeping up with it.
Okay, Mega Lucario looking to try to penetrate that front line, get immediately to this Decidueye. That close combat power-up punch surely going to do the trick. The Vaporeon unable to hit their Unite move in time, and that is a clean wipe here for Exodia in a big team fight that's going to net them both sets of objectives.
And that's going to be the problem, right? You've got a composition that is scoring the entire time, sending 4 of their members across the map, but then you've got a Mega Lucario on your side that can win a fight 1v5 by itself when it does have its Unite move. When it doesn't have its Unite move, that's going to be a completely different story, so let's hope we don't have to see how that one plays out. Meanwhile, the Regieleki walks a little bit, but not enough to actually make anything happen.
Look at this, score shields, 46 and 40 in the home goal zone of Thanks Gaming. So 436 now to 249. Thanks Gaming going to put a little bit of pressure on this T2 goal zone, playing as an entire squad. You have a couple Unites available. Blastoise notably has it. 40 points in, that's certainly going to help doing the trick. Lucario scrambling back to their own central area, and they're going to completely have to evacuate, as the only KO found right there was that lone Sableye.
I mean, like, what do you do? What do you do? You just kind of have to try to score for yourself. So a couple goal zones going down. Mega Lucario is back on the field, and Blissey will also be going down, so nobody to pocket that Razor Leaf, except for the Vaporeon trying to heal them up. Lucario!
Wow.
Oh, how did it do that? It does go down, but it takes the Decidueye with them.
Double KO for this Snorlax, too. Fighting with their fists early. The thing that I'm very surprised about, and I think Thanks Gaming needs to be cautious of with this Mega Lucario, is they need to play a little bit more cautious and space out, because this Lucario is hitting multiple targets with that close combat once it Mega Evolves.
Yeah, exactly. Like their team composition is really dependent on staying near this Vaporeon, and if you're doing that, then you're also going to be subject to that close combat hitting everything. And look at this, 3 level 14s for the 3 carries on Exodia, as well as an almost 200-point lead. Now, that is not as big of a lead as you would want with a score composition, so I do still think that Exodia has to be weary of giving up this Kyogre, but we will see what they want to do. You've got a Dodrio with full pockets, and we've got Thanks Gaming lining up for a potential rip. They are going for it.
Yeah, there's full send right there. Talonflame Fly is out. Blissey, though, able to secure it for Thanks Gaming. Charizard taking them to the sky. 2 members immediately eviscerated for Exodia. Now they have to counter punch, get some of these scores in, because this lead is pretty significant for Exodia, over 400 points. So here comes a Hundo Burger, looking for another Hundo Burger. Decidueye gets it, 489, 706, 663. That's not enough, Husky.
Yeah, I mean, but there's a long time left in this game, and they're gonna be able to get it. 764 now on the other side, 763. 1 point differential, but Exodia still is in danger here. They need to start picking up some KOs. Thanks Gaming needs to consider if they want to continue pushing, because you do have a Dodrio on your side, but you don't have any of the Kyogre buffs on your side. Just a small amount of points will put them in the lead. They will be able to do it. 6 points is going to put Thanks Gaming in the lead, and Exodia is not really trying to look for a fight here. They're just going to try to go back and counterpunch with their goal getters.
We'll see if we get any more points. That's a lot of points there. So now a nearly 40 point lead, 39 to be exact. Fly comes out, misses the mark. Flame Sweep's going to try to create some space. 13 points looking to go in from Sableye. They try to send a couple Pokemon back to the Pokemon Center. A lot of these score shields are getting broken. Charizard's taking Talonflame to the sky. That's 3 members down. Thanks Gaming has eviscerated Exodia off the map. The score races on, and it's a 7-point lead.
They don't know. None of them know. They don't know the point differential. And there's 13 points that might go in here from this Decidueye. It's going to be a really fast score. Can they do it? It's not going to matter either way. Exodia is not going to be able to take this game number 1. Even with the score composition, Thanks Gaming is going to be able to bring it home with the 7-point differential.
Insane. Snorlax was on the brink of being able to score that. Might have been one of the highest octane, highest score games I've ever seen. 803, 796, 7 points separated these two teams in a very close match. What an incredible rip there from Thanks Gaming. Incredible secure there from Blissey to send them home.
Yeah, unreal game, honestly. What a crazy match. Like, the score shield from the Snorlax almost had those couple more points in to be able to secure them that win. But Thanks Gaming going up 1-0. And, I mean, this is not really the way that Exodia has been playing throughout the night. The score comp is not something that I've seen a ton of from them. Dude, what a stat line.
Yeah, right.
What is this? Just nothing. Nothing from the Talonflame, from the Dodrio. Absolutely nothing. You had 1 player playing Pokemon Unite on Exodia, and they still almost won. That's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, insane work there from I mean, honestly, a really good team, a really good showing here in this game 1. I'm just over the moon to see Thanksgiving take this against a really good squad. Obviously, they're the number 1 seed, but they're not a team that often finishes in the top for Underdunk. So this, for me, is certainly a treat to see them take up at this team that's won Underdunk multiple times. And I mean, that's pretty insane. Exodia going to go back to the drawing board and see what they need to do to flip the script here in game 2.
Yeah, I mean, Exodia hasn't exactly been playing score comp every game. I don't know how much practice they have with it. I'm not sure how, I'm not sure if they just wanted to, try it for fun, see if it was going to work out. It's a good strategy. It's an annoying strategy, but it is a difficult one to pull off. And Thanks Gaming knew exactly how to respond to it. They had a team fight specific composition that they were working with, and they made sure that it was a team fight focused composition. Every time they caught somebody, they made sure they KO'd them. They made sure that they cleaned up, were fighting together, were moving as one team through the entirety of the match, and it ended up working out well for them. The decision to rip was the call.
Yeah.
They executed it very well. So I don't know if we will see score comp again from Exodia, honestly. It could work.
Yeah.
But it
almost
didn't
did.
this time. Yeah, it almost did. It might. But I think that maybe we will just see them go back to the Pokemon that they've been playing throughout the night.
Yeah, we'll see. Maybe they have been playing this. Who knows? I'm sure there's somebody in the chat knows I think Hyde probably. I believe Hyde's their manager, so I'm sure that he might know what they've been playing most of the night. But it's very possible that it's been heavy on this Decidueye. I know that from when I've seen them play it, in Underdunk, they have played a lot of this Razor Leaf Decidueye. And another team that loves playing this Razor Leaf Decidueye when they get a Blissey is Citadel Gaming.
Yeah, Citadel. I was going to say, Sam plays 2 Pokemon, Scartifor and Razor Leaf Decidueye, and that is my worst nightmare if I'm playing in a solo queue environment. So, it's interesting to see teams try to pick up some of these different strategies, especially when it's Pokemon that are kind of memed on, like Razor Leaf Decidueye, and make it work. And to be fair, we didn't really get to see the extent of the Razor Leaf Decidueye Blissey Pocket combo because Exodia refused to engage with the team fight the entire time. They did not play the game. So they really didn't let them use the Razor Leaf Decidueye to its extent. They just kind of played a different type of game than Pokemon Unite is normally played. They played something else. They played Pokemon Count to 1,000.
First one to 800 wins, I guess.
They played Pokemon first to 800.
Yeah, there's the first to 500. This last match was first to 800. It's not exactly how it went down, but for all intents and purposes, it kind of is. Waiting for teams to select their side, if I'm not mistaken. Once we get ready checks, we will get into game number 2. But what kind of draft do you think that game is worthy of a ban of anything that we saw in the last match? Like, to me, I think the Mega Lucario, I've seen enough of it. I don't want it.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's really good when Eterna plays it. I don't know if it's really worth target banning this player. I feel like there was a time when target banning Eterna's Gengar works. I feel like that there was a time. But I feel like you just don't target ban this player anymore because there's something that they're gonna be able to pick. Like, they have the Mega Lucario. They haven't really been playing Gengar regardless tonight, or over the past. I feel like anytime that I've seen this team play in Underdunk or throughout the Articuno League, they haven't been playing the Gengar regardless. So I feel like they have a wider roster than I think a lot of teams give them credit for because they remember this player for their Gengar. But I don't know, maybe you bring it out, Just
maybe.
do it.
Yeah, if it survives the ban phase, right? Obviously it was banned in game. Looks like we are getting our next match set up. It is going to stay in the same side, so Exodia is going to stay on that first pick side. Thanks Gaming going to stay on the second pick. So excited to see this one. We'll see how the bands change or shift or move around. Oh, I see Mr. right there. Look at him. Oh, he's a sleepy guy.
Yeah. I put his little blankie so that he can be eeny. And he is. He's a good little man.
He is.
I was trapped in Oklahoma for many days, and I didn't see my little mister. So now he is happy to sit here on his blankie. But we've got our draft for game number 2, and my blood sugar is still low, so I'm going to eat an airhead.
Okay.
So if you hear me munching, it's because there's candy.
If you hear her munching, no, you didn't. Gengar getting banned, Slowbro also going on the chopping line. And this is very smart. We talked about what Pokemon we'd probably see banned in game 2. If there's anything that we saw played, certainly the kind of linchpin of that composition for Thanksgiving going to be that Blissey, obviously the very important secure of that Kyogre, but more so importantly, the enabling of that Decidueye Razor League composition.
Yeah, and it looks like Thanksgiving doesn't want them to do the score comp, so they're just going to take Talonflame. And I don't mind that at all. Just get rid of it, honestly. It doesn't give them the option to do the score comp. But Exodia does still have a lot of options. One of them is that Psyduck, which wasn't banned. So they could go ahead and first pick this. There's a lot of options that they could first pick. If they want that Snorlax back, they could. But it looks like they are going to go ahead and take this Psyduck.
Psyduck, first pick. Not super shocked here, just given the performance that it's had in many tournaments, including UCS a couple weeks ago, then getting buffed even after that incredible performance. So yeah, it's very high priority Pokemon right now. No surprise there. No surprise either on the opposite side, getting that Blastoise Mega Char-Y.
Yeah, I mean, you have to kind of, if they're on the board, you got to take them. Blastoise, one of the most picked Pokemon across every tournament all the time right now. And Mega Charizard Y, if it's not banned, usually it's going to be picked. So, not surprised to see that. What I am surprised to see is this Machamp. Yeah, that's interesting to me. It's kind of played more in the support role, like a disruptor support, honestly. But then once it gets online, it still does a lot of damage. And we are going to see the Mimikyu come back for Sarah. Great call. I wonder then what Exodia's plan is for the rest of their composition when you've got this Machamp on the board. Kind of what are you thinking of going with here?
We'll certainly see. Mr. Mime getting taken for Thanksgiving. So in the previous match, we actually saw Mr. Mime banned out. So I'm not sure if this is banned. Just if this is just a
it's Glue Sniffer's thing, you know?
Yeah, I guess. I mean, I
don't know who this player is. I don't know who Glue Sniffer is, but that's funny.
That is really funny. That is very funny. We are seeing triple all-rounder here from Exodia. Mimikyu, Machamp, along with this Ceruledge. I imagine Machamp's going to be playing more of that like frontline disruptor role. We'll likely see a submission game.
Yeah, I imagine it'll be submission, like more that supporter disruption with damage if you get it to a later level, but it can still work pretty well if you're just using submission. And then we do have the Speedster coming out. Eterna's going to take that Leafeon. It's interesting to see Leafeon kind of come back here because it has fallen off quite a lot. And I feel like it hasn't done super well into compositions like Thanksgiving has. It's very bulky, a lot of CC. I don't really know if Leafeon can hold a candle to this Mega Charizard Y in some of those team fight moments.
Yeah, I like this Metagross pick. This is kind of an interesting pick because it's not a Pokemon that we oftentimes see in this current meta. And I don't know. I honestly, Husky, I don't remember the last time I saw a Metagross here.
Yeah, it's one of those picks that's like, it's an all-rounder that does all-rounder things, and it's got some sustain. And it's got a couple of good options. It's a scaling all-rounder. It requires a lot of experience and levels, which is interesting for Thanksgiving's composition because there's a couple Pokemon that also have that. So I feel like Metagross, it doesn't really do anything that other all-rounders don't necessarily do. But if it scales, it does a lot of damage.
We'll see it here in game number 2. Exodia on your purple side, Thanks Gaming on your orange side. It is going to be that Metagross in the central area, but it's likely going to get met with resistance once again. This time, the Machop going for the invade. We'll see if Beldum realizes that their central area is under siege, but they might not have saw it in time because that red buff belongs to that Machop.
Yeah, I don't think they would have realized. I guess they might have assumed in the top path, not seeing the Machop meant that it was just going for a stack, but they didn't end up seeing it. Thanks Gaming, though, in the bottom path doing pretty well. They take out the Mimikyu early. That's going to be a really big pick for them.
Very big pick, and we'll see if Leafeon's able to take out this Beldum. They do, so off to another quick start is Exodia with these invades, getting a ton of value on these first rotations.
Yeah, that is so annoying. Like, I feel like that is the thing that makes me rage quit the most out of anything else. Getting invaded and then getting KO'd in your own central area. It's just so tilting. But we do see now Leafeon at level 5 looking for a lot of secures, but the little Charcadet will go down. The Mr. Mime Confusion's extra powerful.
Yeah, Glue Sniffer, showing why the Mr. Mime was banned in game 1. So already getting that first KO for Thanks Gaming. In the central area, going to try to clear this Natu family. But on the invade, once again, this Leafeon getting a lot of value, but not able to steal that one. Gyro Ball going to send them back to the Pokemon Center. Cookie jar moment for Exodia.
Yeah, I'm glad to see Gyro Ball here. Honestly, I feel like that's definitely better into this comp. The other one's Meteor Mash, right? Mm-hmm. It's pretty good. Meteor Mash is definitely pretty good, but it's a little bit more single target. You kind of want to run it when you're targeting down any specific Pokemon, but in this case, with Exodia's comp, you kind of expect them to be all over you at once, so I do like Gyro Ball.
Tired Alex looking to get in with the Psyduck 1 Surf for good measure, unable to secure the Drago as it goes to Thanks Gaming. Headache gauge pops, Psyduck able to get to safety, just able, but they're going to re-enter this fight, try to salvage this T1 goal zone. They're going to pay for it. They're going back to the Pokemon Center. Thanks Gaming gets a T1 goal zone break in revenge.
They could have just walked away because they got out, but they had to just rub it in and come back and end up paying for it. We do see Metagross go for a little bit of a score here, submission, and Leafeon will take them down. They will lose Machamp in the process. This Mr. Mime is honestly looking really solid, just so much damage, and the stuns just for a really long time that allows Thanks Gaming to get that damage out. Triple KO streak for Leafeon, though. And another pick up for the Soroledge.
Yeah, the Mr. Mime was looking good, but the Psyduck looking even better, really enabling that KO after KO from the Leafeon. Big team fights there. Fortunately, they lose their Mimikyu in the central area, but they earn a Regieleki on this bottom side. If they don't score any points, that's going to break that T1. I think Leafeon gets that in time. They do. Now that Regieleki is going to move towards that T2 goal zone, that's going to be more points here for Exodia.
Yeah, that's going to be all 5 here for Thanks Gaming, looking for this Registeel. Not too much this Psyduck can do besides get Vision. They do throw a Surf for good measure, but it's not really going to matter. I imagine Thanks Gaming will want to push this goal zone. We do have the Psy-II coming out, and Charizard doesn't even have a Unite move yet. They're still picking up a double KO.
Man, okay, I'm seeing the vision on this Metagross. 3 all-rounders, and this Metagross just lives for absolute ever with those Gyro Ball shields. So when you have a heavy brawl, this looks like it's a pretty strong pick. So pretty good draft strategy here for Thanks Gaming. We're also going to steal a little bit of the XP share, or sorry, a little bit of the EXP on Exodia's side. Make that attack weight work, burn an eject button, and get out scot-free. Metagross doing a lot of work.
Ooh, big Revenant Ren, though, comes in. We'll take down the Blastoise. The Wish on the Umbreon heals them up. They do have to use a Unite move. Here comes the Barrage Blow as well. Double KO streak for that Leafeon. We do see Metagross just living, even though the rest of their team continues to go down. The Psychic just barely misses. trying to go after Machamp. Wow, this is so much healing and sustain from this Metagross that they have to use the Play With Me specifically on that Pokemon to eventually take them down.
Yeah, they even pay for it too, because you still have to deal with this Mega Charizard Y, which I think was kind of all but forgotten because it was shut down so early in this game, but it's certainly showing up in this midpoint as we hit halfway, level 11, so it's matched that level lead with that Metagross now.
Yeah, and I feel like I kind of thought the Mega Charizard Y for a second was on Exodia's side, the way that like it was running around in these fights, but no, it will go down here after the Leafeon does get out another Emerald 2-step, so Exodia will chase down Thanks Gaming, try to keep them outside of the zone of this Regieleki in the bottom path, but they're going to walk in there anyway, try to look for a bit of a steal. No, the Ceruledge will be able to secure it. But Blastoise wanted to continue this fight with a Hydro Typhoon.
They did. The big Unite move there, and that's going to send 2, make it 3 Pokemon for Exodia back to the Pokemon Center. Metagross does not like what this Psyduck has been dishing out a majority of this match, so they're going to go ahead and send them home for good measure. Leafeon all but ignoring that fight, really electing to put some pressure on these goal zones. Scored a little bit there, maybe got a little bit of spacing for their team, but unfortunately for Exodia, Thanks Gaming kind of came out ahead even though losing that Regieleki.
Yeah, I mean, Exodia does have a pretty decent point lead. Nothing like we saw in the previous game with that score-focused composition, but Thanks Gaming has been holding on, and they seem to be doing a little bit better in a lot of these team fights. Wow, that confusion almost completely 100-0'd that Leafeon against the wall, and I can kind of see why this mime was banned in the previous game.
Yeah, it's looking really strong. Thanks Gaming earning themselves a Registeel here. Now Charizard Seismic Slam taken to the skies. Immediately Exodia is falling down. Leafeon gets stuck in a mean look, and that is going to be another KO. So Thanks Gaming at the 330 mark takes a big team fight, takes a big team win, and that is a lot of experience to their side.
I mean, the Charizard's Mega Evolved, like, what do you realistically do? Leafeon can't one-shot it anymore as soon as it gets into the air. So if the Emerald 2-step is used and, you know, the Charizard's still there, it's probably going to win.
Yeah.
That's kind of the biggest issue, I feel like, for Exodia. And I feel like that's where you need to use your Play With Me. I feel like you need to put it onto that Mega Charizard. You know, try to get it down before you can do anything else. Before you can actually win the team fight, you got to make sure that the Charizard has used its ult and nothing happens, or that it goes away before it can use it.
Looking for some scores, Exodia on Thanks Gaming, getting both 31 and a 39 on the top and bottom T2s. That means Thanks Gaming is looking to kind of take a fight. Leafeon dangerously low, burned by Charizard. They might get their ankles broken. They actually expended their Unite move for that. And it's actually going to be Machamp that's going to try to 1v1 him. Another Fire Blast there, but Machamp gets the best of him. 328, 185. Kyogre already starting to get chipped down here. Thanks Gaming looking to go for it. Blastoise going to serve 3 into a corner. There's that Hydro Typhoon.
Wow.
Umbreon's going to steal a lot of shields. Metagross going to set up the Thunderdome. And 2 members are still down for Exodia. Psyduck also going down. That's a lot of KO timers that they'll have to deal with. Thanks Gaming now has an opportunity to take the fish.
You didn't get a Revenant Rend out, and the Ceruledge is still down for a long time. But the problem is for Thanks Gaming, they really don't have any rip, and they are pretty behind, so they're going to have to try to take it. Here comes the Charizard. We do have a Machamp trapped in the mean look right now. Not going to be able to get in, and the mime, the confusion, is the one to be able to secure it. And Thanks Gaming is going to get all 5 of their shields, or their buffs. I guess it's not a shield anymore. It's just a Kyogre buff. A little bit of a shield, maybe. But they're going to get it anyway, and they're going to start moving in to score.
285, 406. They still need to deposit these points. 42, double it, make it 84. That's going to give them the lead with another Hundo Burger from the Umbreon. However, they're met with resistance. Charizard and Mr. Mime both go down. Another 100 for this Blastoise as this Leafeon's a grass type, but it's heating up. And this Metagross on full HP is starting to demolish. Compute and crush not needed. They're going to crush the spirits of Exodia.
Dude, this Metagross, I didn't know. I guess I didn't see it. I didn't understand what the Metagross could do, but that's a great call into a lot of all-rounders that want to be in the front line. The Metagross is just not going to go down, especially when it's being set up so well by its front line.
I mean, sorry, Metagross, wasn't familiar with your game in this meta. Incredible stuff here in game number 2. Thanks Gaming taking a 2-0 lead in our best of 5 finals for the AUL championship.
Yeah, so for Exodia, this is the end of the line. You're down 2-0. We've got potentially one last game to try to figure it out here, figure out what your composition might look like. And they've been doing so well. They've looked so unstoppable. And they just aren't really pulling out those picks that have made them unstoppable in these past couple sets. So I think they kind of need to go back to their roots, you know, pick up some Pokemon they know that they're really good at. And they can definitely pull a couple of games back here. For Thanks Gaming, they're definitely really happy with how this has gone so far.
719-406, your final in game number 2. 9 KOs, 14 assists for this Metagross. But I think the thing that shined the brightest was certainly that Metagross. The Charizard definitely put in a lot of work, but it's kind of what you expect out of these Mega Pokemon. But I mean, you gotta hand it. Last pick Metagross, knowing kind of what their opponents were and the playstyle that Exodia wanted to go with. No range damage, and they just didn't really have an answer for the Metagross.
Yeah, it looked really good the entire time. It just didn't go down. So many of these fights, it was like there's so much damage coming down on this Metagross, and it really doesn't even matter after that time. It just looked very good. I wonder, I mean, that kind of pick only works with a composition, you know, specifically set up for that Pokemon. So I wonder, I'm sure that Thanks Gaming doesn't get that exact type of composition again, or Exodia doesn't let them have it. I think it was more like an oversight on Exodia's part to not realize what they were kind of setting Thanks Gaming up for. But either way, we're going to be switching sides here. It looks like Thanks Gaming going to be your first pick this time. Exodia opting for that second pick. So we'll see what strategy they have.
Yeah, I mean, you got to hand it to Thanks Gaming. 2 straight games where they had that second pick, which means that they have that last pick, that final pick that is a true counter pick. You have the ability to see everything that your opponent has selected, and you have the opportunity to pick the perfect counter. And I think they hit a home run on both games. The game 1 Decidueye for that Razor League comp worked incredibly well into what they had, and then this Metagross pick in the gutter. I think this is a very wise decision for Exodia that gives them the ability to see what Thanks Gaming is set up for and counter them.
Yeah, because then you can force out specific first picks that Thanks Gaming might want to take. So potentially some of those mega Pokemon or some of the, you know, defenders and supporters that we see being really prominent, and then you can be the team to respond. Sometimes like first pick is absolutely needed in specific metas. Sometimes I feel like right now is a meta where you don't necessarily need first pick. You can play a more responsive game and still be at a pretty decent advantage.
Draku says that you need to give Whoopi a head pat. He deserves it. Okay. We can move forward with the draft. I think both teams are ready, so we'll get started with
drafting.
drafting.
A second one.
Oh, there is a second one.
Did you see him?
Oh, that's so cute.
I'll show you.
Oh,
this is my friend made this for me.
That's so cute. It's your headphones.
Isn't he cute? Yeah.
It's literally you.
It is. This is the friend that drew my profile picture too.
That's cute.
With the Whoopi, and he made and then he made this for me for
It's literally you.
Christmas. I was trapped. He gave it to me while we were in Oklahoma because I was trapped in Oklahoma with him.
Okay.
So yeah,
Beautiful.
I got that cute little crocheted Whoopi. I love him so much. He's
really
my favorite.
Good.
It's got
so
draft.
Good. We do have draft. We're seeing a couple of things here, which I think is to be expected. Is we're banning Blissey and Umbreon for Exodia.
Yeah, fair. You don't really want you don't want the score comp back, and then Exodia is still just kind of setting up their the comp that they want with the bans. So it seems like they don't really care necessarily what Thanksgiving picks. They just care what they don't have. So they're giving that Blastoise away to Thanksgiving. They're gonna deal with it by picking up their Vaporeon and their Psyduck.
Psyduck Vaporeon, a very strong core. Didn't quite work out for them in game 2 for the Psyduck. I think adding this Vaporeon is probably going to be very beneficial. It's 2 very strong Pokemon. And now they also have the ability to kind of pick their damage last, as well as that very last pick. So setting up Thanksgiving very well, but you do leave that Slowbro. So at least one target of theirs is going to be locked down with that Slowbait.
Yeah, so I mean, you can take like a Mega Lucario or something here. We know that Eterna has liked to play it. You can take your Mimikyu as well, but you do have to know that the Slowbro is going to be waiting for exactly that. So they're considering a couple different options. They are going to grab Mega Lucario, and they are going to grab the Ceruledge. So I honestly like this core here. The Ceruledge has looked really good tonight. The Mega Lucario has also looked really good.
Really has. We'll see if we're going to actually lock up this Decidueye without a last pick option. So it would give Exodia an opportunity to maybe pick and choose which speedster they want to take it on with. You do have Glue Sniffer that was hovering the Mr. Mime again, but instead they are going to go with that Mewtwo X. So a lot of frontline here. You have the Mewtwo X, you have that Slowbro and the Blastoise to kind of protect this President Decidueye.
You know, I'm kind of disappointed. I would have preferred the Mime, honestly, but I guess they just didn't think that it sets it up as well as the Mewtwo X would. And very interesting last pick here for Exodia. They're gonna pull out the Delphox. I love Delphox, but I do kind of like this here. I think that this could be pretty good.
I think so too. I think Delphox is very strong. The Fire Spins are very annoying. I actually ran into a really good Delphox on ladder the other night. I'm like, man, this Pokemon is really annoying to deal with. I think I was actually playing Vaporeon. I'm just like, every time, just Fire Spin and Fire Spin and Fire Spin.
Yeah.
So you kind of have very slow moving targets with those 3 tankier Pokemon, the X, the Bro, and the Blastoise. So I think this Fire Spin could actually kind of go insane.
Yeah, and like, what is getting back there, you know? What on Thanksgiving can really do anything to Delphox? I would say for sure Exodia's comp looks way better, but Thanksgiving is the team that's up 2-0, so, we'll see if they're able to pull it out. Gold Ribbon Decidueye as well, nothing to scoff at.
Nothing at all. But this is game number 3. Thanksgiving has the ability to shut the door on Season 11 and crown themselves the champions of the Articuno League. And it's going to be up to Exodia to maybe hinder exactly what they want to do and in that mission of becoming your champion. So I'm excited to see what these teams have in store, but let's get on to it. Game 3, Thanksgiving versus Exodia. This is for the Articuno Unite League Season 11.
This is for all the marbles, if we're legally allowed to say that. I don't know if we can talk about marbles over in the grassroots scene, so maybe I'll get sued for it. We'll see. Looks like Vaporeon heading into the central area of Thanksgiving. We're going for that triple. They're going for the invade in every game strategy.
Yeah, it hasn't worked out in game 1 or 2. We'll see if it'll work out this time. It's a bold strategy, Cotton. We'll see if it plays out. A nice little steal there from this Vaporeon. A little potion action to keep them upright as a mission accomplished as they took that red buff.
Slowbro looking for a secure here. Going to be able to get it. This Lucario is going to be able to secure a couple stacks early. And, for both of these teams, if you can get in those stacks on some of those physical attackers using attack weight, then that's going to be extremely valuable. And Exodia's bottom path, again, it's not great. Delphox in path is not the greatest thing ever.
It really isn't. Doesn't really get online to hit that level 6 and even really so level 7. Exodia taking advantage of this top path while they have the opportunity. They're able to secure that Altaria for themselves. That means Vaporeon is online. Muddy Water is laying down the groundwork. And Glue Sniffer has to retreat back to base as the Slowbro is the one that goes down. But Thanks Gaming able to counterpunch on the bottom side.
Yeah, I mean, not too bad here. They're able to get some points in. It looks like they definitely lost top, but they were holding on to bottom. Kind of what you'd expect going into a Delphox in path. It's just not very good. So Exodia, though, always looking to extend their advantage into the enemy central area. They do take down the Slowbro. We've got Ceruledge now pretty far ahead as they're going to try to jump onto this Rowlet. They will easily take them.
Unfortunate there, Mew's E-Ball locked onto the Ceruledge instead of the Vaporeon. Mewsted Auto, they're able to just narrowly escape. Eterna, yes, also able to escape on that Ceruledge on 1 HP. Just barely getting out of the clutches of Thanks Gaming as a couple Pokemon were looking to just pounce down on him. Another Mewsted Auto onto this Vaporeon. Not enough damage. Regidrago in the central area. Mew now looking to hunt down this Vaporeon, but Ceruledge able to take that Drago for Exodia.
Yeah, that was unreal seeing the Ceruledge get out of that situation. And Exodia looking really good. It looks like they kind of found their footing here in this game number 3. But here comes the Razor Leaf Decidueye. That's already a pretty decent amount of damage for the bird.
Yeah, really looking good. Level 6 on this Wartortle, still looking to try to get online as Blast. Oh, we are Flame Charge, so no Fire Spin here for this Delphox. Very interesting. We are going to be Flip Turn on this Vaporeon. Regirock getting shredded through. Got to look for a secure here. Skullbro looking to do it, but it's actually going to be, yeah, it is the Skullbro that does it. Gets that Regirock for Thanks Gaming.
Wow, the Skullbro really trying to turn it around here. And the Flame Charge on the Delphox, we're going to be playing the Schmoove set here. And I kind of like that because that means that, you know, there's a lot of skill shots for Thanks Gaming with the Mew, with the Mewtwo, and Revenant Rend tries to jump in, misses everybody, still gets a couple KOs, but the Decidueye is here, Knock Knock comes out.
Who's there? It is that Decidueye. They get a double KO for themselves, almost getting a triple with that Vaporeon. That means Thanks Gaming can maybe push a little bit forward. Lucario trying to hold this goal zone, but a lot of Pokemon here for Thanks Gaming. They're going to deposit their points, break this with a pretty good overcap. They're going to extend their lead.
Yeah, Thanks Gaming looked to be kind of falling apart in that early game, but now as the mid game has crept up, they're doing pretty good. We do have an objective up here in this top path, and it looks like teams are starting to gather up here. Oh, we got the Mega Lucario coming out. The Aura Cannon did come out, but it didn't quite get any KOs. It will pick up the Decidueye. It's looking for the Mewtwo. A lot going on here in this top path.
Blastoise tried to serve a couple Pokemon into harm's way. Mewtwo X popped their Unite move, but didn't find the value that they needed. Exodia gets what they needed in that T1 goal zone break. It's also going to mean a Regieleki for the taking, likely for free. Exodia is going to push that towards that T2, but not before a little bit of an invade once again.
Decidueye, unfortunately, not super protected, so it can't jump in to try to grab that Psyduck or the Vaporeon here, but they are going to be able to follow around this Slowbro with the Vaporeon being so annoying, such a tanky Pokemon as the rest of Exodia starts to follow into Thanks Gaming's central area.
Nice little push there with the Leaf Storm from Decidueye, but they're going to be met with a Revenant Rend sliced down. It goes the Owl, and now Exodia looking to push this T1 goal zone. Fanciful Fireworks into the Flux Zone, partially also on the goal zone. They're going to deposit their points. They're going to break that T1, and that's going to net them this objective, given Thanks Gaming's position on the map.
Yeah, I mean, like, realistically, if you're Razor Leaf Decidueye, like, what can you do with a Revenant Rend coming at you? Like, if it hits, it's just going to obliterate you. So, Exodia, I feel like that the team's just kind of going back and forth so far, and they will be able to take this Regirock in that bottom path.
Roger Rock going over to Exodia, so they get a couple of straight objectives. And it's actually going to be Exodia now pushing into the central area. Another knock-knock from this Decidueye. Mega Lucario also breaks out their Unite move. Blastoise hitting a Hydro Typhoon, hitting 2. Going to go ahead and push this Vaporeon into harm's way. Mewtwo X doing a lot of heavy lifting, but oh my goodness, Exodia flips the Uno reverse card. Gets a full clean team wipe off the back of this Lucario.
Yeah, not looking great for Thanks Gaming. Honestly, right now, that wasn't the fight that you wanted. I think Mew peeled off trying to look for Delphox, but they just don't have enough damage. Mewtwo X is looking pretty solid here, but still, I just feel like we don't have enough damage on Thanks Gaming to really do anything, especially when Mega Lucario evolves.
Mega Lucario, very strong Pokemon right now. Another 9 points looking to go on in. Try to push against this Mewtwo X, but that's a lot of damage the other way. And now it's going to be a 1v1 Cerulege versus Blastoise. A Citrus Berry gobbled up from that Cerulege. The top path, Regieleki is getting shipped down. Mew with a Hail Mary Solar Beam, unable to secure. Exodia gets that one.
It's a well-timed Solar Beam, but it's extra difficult to out-secure a Power Punch. Definitely one of the best secures in the game. Thanks Gaming gonna have to deal with this Regieleki, and with 2 minutes 40 seconds on the clock, we've got quite a low-scoring game compared to the other games that we've seen from this set so far. So it's still either team's game, but as of now, it seems like Exodia is really in the driver's seat.
They really are. I'm interested to see if we'll see any, like, a high-tempo Kyogre fight here, if we're going to, maybe push it a little bit early. Exodia is getting set up there.
Yeah, it looks like they do want to rip this Regice, which isn't a bad call, just a little bit of extra experience, a little bit of extra HP. Decidueye easily going to be able to take that for the squad, but Exodia set up very deep into the pit. It looks like they're going for it, Kyle.
Oh yeah, they're trying to rip it through. Lucario does have an option. Mewtwo X was looking for the secure, but Cerulege gets it for Exodia. Now the fight is on. Mewtwo X looking for a KO. Cerulege does go down. That's the first pin to fall for Exodia. Decidueye goes down. Mega Lucario's power up punch and close combating everybody on Thanks Gaming, but 2 members are still down. Blastoise with another push with the Surf, and this Delphox still upright. These Kyogre buffs are doing wonders for Exodia, and they are likely going to be taking this one.
Yeah, they were able to pull a couple of buffs back the other way. Look at this Blastoise. What is going on, dude? Finally, we'll go down here. Exodia gets some points in. Mew also gets some points in, but they are going to fall here to Cerulege. There's still some time, though, in this game, and it's not that much of a differential, but there's still a lot of shields for Exodia and not a lot for Thanks Gaming.
Yeah, they're going to try to score this 100 points on the backside with this Vaporeon, also potentially this Lucario. This is going to be free 100 points plus whatever Lucario has in their pockets. I believe 35, so 170 going to go in that way. Thanks Gaming is going to need a handful all the way back. Mew unable to respond in time, so 14 looking to go in from this Slowbro. They deposit at 28, so still nearly 200 points that they'll have to make up, a little bit more than 200. Delphox going to lay down the fanciful fireworks, make it work. Psyduck's going to reduce all that damage with the Psy, and that is all she wrote. Exodia getting back on the scoreboard. We're going to a game 4.
Yeah, we're taking it to a game number 4 here in the finals. That's exactly what you'd want to see, right? You'd want it to be an exciting series in the finals. So Exodia gonna pull out a game and starting to get back to looking like that unstoppable team that we've seen throughout the night.
Yeah, all right. They're back in it. All you need is one. Oh, you definitely needed this one in an elimination game. Thanks Gaming, very valiant effort there despite losing the Kyogre. There's definitely a moment there where I was like, they might have this. If they get one more pick, or they maybe play a little bit more patient to maybe stop those 2 on the backside, maybe with the Decidueye, we could have had maybe a different story, but obviously hindsight's 2020. You needed to get points in. You needed one play, and unfortunately they just did not have it in them in game number 3. They're going to be looking to game 4.
Yeah, I I feel like the Razor Leaf was fine, and I honestly like the Mewtwo X here. I didn't really think the Mew did too much. I feel like I would have liked to have seen something that has a little bit more damage. The double backline just wasn't my favorite from Thanksgiving, but we've seen a lot of strategies throughout the night from both of these teams.
I'm excited to see what we're going to break out in game 4. I mean, it seems like this was the most normal composition that we've seen out of all of the games. I think this is kind of very much what you expect getting picked in the current meta. Obviously, in game 1 and 2, we saw some very, maybe unique things is maybe not the right word, but some unorthodox things that you don't normally see. We saw the Metagross, we saw a Score Comp and a Razor Leaf Desi with the Blissey. So I'm excited to see what we're going to get in game number 4 because Exodia is going to have to pull something out. They're another elimination game. This is best of 5.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're going to need to tie it up here. And if they play like that, then, they've got a really good shot. And I kind of hope that it is over because I'm falling asleep. My 8 a.m. this morning.
Yeah.
8 a.m. this morning. So I woke up at 6. Bro, I'm going to sleep so good after this.
So
hey,
true, Queen.
Bren, can you get me a water?
Of course.
And my
Me too.
And my throat's going.
Me too. Please.
Get Kyle one. Too.
Yeah, I got you.
Thank you.
Perfect. And we've got this Mister,
Oh,
right? So
he's
Mister's
so
here.
cute.
But take a look.
Oh,
This
I
miss.
thought that was a stuffy.
That's a miss.
I didn't realize that was her. That's so cute.
That's a miss.
My
She's
cats are locked out of here
EDC
because
as well.
I don't know why. They're just
I
locked
love
out of
Mister.
here. I think Kelsey's in
He's-
bed, so I have the door closed, and I have one of those things that goes under the door to block some of the sound. So I think that's why
fair.
the door's closed. But I don't think I closed it. Normally I don't close the door. Normally Kelsey actually just closes it, and I never realize it.
Yeah, Bren was still playing the game, so that's why. Otherwise, the door probably would be closed. But the cats sleep in the bed, so they'll follow us in there. So I think they're both kind of pissed. Karma's definitely pissed because they want to go to bed, and they're confused as to why we're not. Yippee!
Oh,
Kyle locks you in the basement, Draku. Yeah, I
It's true.
figured.
It's true. It's really cold down there right now because it's it is 1 degree here. It is 1 degree where I am. 1.
1 degree. What is it here? 0 degree. 0 degree. And it feels like -2 degree. It's fine. I'm honestly sweating. I have the fan on.
I was making sure we didn't start with someone on the wrong side. I was looking to see if we were actually ready. Okay, I think we are not. We are now on the right team. We have the team swapping sides. So Thanksgiving going to be on your second pick side. Exodia.
It's just a battle for second pick.
I mean, it was the delay.
Battling for the second pick.
I was worried. I didn't realize that there was a delay.
So funny.
Says SMH. I know. Production, fire this guy. Me. I'm talking about me.
Mods,
fire this caster.
get him.
Observer, fire production.
Yeah, just get him. This little man. He take a bath. He take a little bath. Look at him.
Oh, he's
I
cleaning.
can't wait. He's being a pillow-chan as of late. He sleeps
Oh.
on one of the pillows in the bed.
Oh, what a good guy.
You're in Alaska and it's 29 degrees, 29 Fahrenheit?
That's crazy.
Because it's supposed to be colder in Alaska, is it?
There are no penguins in Alaska, I've heard.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Thanks for telling me.
no problem.
All right, game 4, let's go.
Are we gonna we're banning Delphox here. Interesting.
Yeah, that's an interesting call. Thanksgiving has spent a lot of their bans just trying to figure out any strategy Exodia has and banning those things out.
Mr. Mime also getting another respect ban. Not something that you often see, but when teams have faced each other so much over, obviously, the course of the season, and then in a fourth game, and very interested to see all these targeted bans, and you're seeing things that don't oftentimes get those bans, but you're trying to prevent certain compositions, you're preventing that score comp by banning that Talonflame, you're trying to prevent that Razor Leaf protect the president comp with that Blissey ban. So excited to see what we're actually going to end up breaking out.
Yeah, so the Slowbro first pick is really interesting to me because now you've got the Thanksgiving squad in that second pick slot that they really wanted that are going to take Blastoise, Mega Charizard. It does give the opportunity for Exodia to go back and grab that Vaporeon, which has somehow skated through so far, but there are a lot of options still on the board. Psyduck is one of them that has skated through. It's when we get to later in like a tournament, it's always so interesting to see what is actually skating through.
I'm also like just reading chat and I'm just dying laughing.
I was mansplaining.
It is kind
Kyle
of
mansplaining Alaska, and he spelled it wrong, bro.
Yeah, it's not.
Come on now.
Yeah, it's not a plane. Come on, Draco.
Oh, look at this.
Oh, no way are we
Look
getting a
at this.
gradient. We're getting a
The
gradient
squirrel.
in our year 2026. Okay.
The big year of 2026.
Ender, don't
Oh,
look.
I love plain bread. I love plain bread. It's a great time. Oh, and there it is.
There's
the
the
Eterna
Gengar.
Gengar. It's coming out on their last leg. It's coming out.
Genjar, if you're cultured, going to be picked up. I do like this Clefable pick. I think it does shut down a couple of things. I'll be interested to see if we're going to go more of the Gravity or Follow Me. Personally, I think Follow Me is a little bit better just because, I don't know, I feel like Gravity, you have to be a little bit more perfect with your placements. Follow Me is a little bit more forgiving with the stun that it provides. And once again, Husky, we are going to see this Metagross. However, I don't know how well this is going to do into this Gengar and this Glaceon.
Yeah, the Glaceon is interesting because it's sure hit. It shreds so good. The Metagross looked really good, but it doesn't have the team comp to really get what it needs, I feel like. So it might not look as good as we saw it previously. I'm going to be interested in looking at this Greedent because we haven't seen Greedent a ton, but it's really annoying.
It is.
It's so annoying. I think the question is going to be, like, can it deal with that Glaceon that's going to be in the backline?
It's going to be a big question because I think that's going to be the target that it has to go with because you do not want those Icicle Spears to be just pelting through that Metagross shield because it does additional damage, right? I mean, it's max HP shred, and when you have Pokemon that have a higher HP pool, it tends to do a little bit more. It does really well into that Metagross. I think a perfect target for that Greedent is going to be that Glaceon. We'll see how it goes here. This is going to be game number 4 of your finals here at the Articuno Unite League, season number 11. And we'll see. Exodia going to be on your purple side.
Send Slowbro, Glaceon down into this bottom path. Definitely a classic lane, I feel like. And look, I guess we have Charizard and Metagross splitting central area for Thanksgiving. Definitely an interesting strategy, but it'll mean that the inevitable invasion is going to be met with resistance this time.
Yep. I mean, that was my immediate thought. I was like, I think they're doing this because Exodia has been invading every match on cooldown. So I actually do like this pivot. But if you're the Duck, if you're Fuya, you got to be pretty happy with the delayed tactics. And if you're able to walk out with a buff, even better. If not, no harm, no foul.
Yeah, it's just buying a lot of time, and if you can create space, that's going to put you in a really good position. Do you see Greedent getting a lot of that experience trying to steal some away from Lucario? Not going to be able to get that one, but I mean, Lucario, even early, has one of the best secures in the game.
Tired Alex getting chased down by Squirtle as 850s hit the central areas of each top and bottom path. Gengar gonna have to try to run away because 4 members converging from Thanks Gaming. Haunter getting the best of 1, of 2, maybe 3, not 4, because it is gonna be this poor little squirrel that runs away.
Yeah, that's Hex Gengar for you. It just kind of comes up if you're hit with that. If you're hit with...
Something's happened with your mic. It's like, I don't even know how to describe it, like a robot plus an evil Dark Lord.
Oh, yeah. Hold on. I'll turn it off and back.
It's really scary. I had to mute you on stream. Okay. I think it might just be my Discord. It might actually be my Discord. I'm gonna no. I think it's just my audio is being weird.
Let me know, chat, if I sound weird, because I don't know. You've been cutting out for me a good.
Ooh. No, I think it's my computer's being funky. Let's see if we can. Yeah, let's see if we can figure this out. Hopefully, we'll figure out what's going on. You sound a little bit better. My computer is just being like really odd with the audio for some reason.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess get good.
Get good? Yeah, I don't know.
Let's check back into our game here. Exodia doing pretty well. They really want to take us to a game 5 here. 148-30. They are kind of absolutely dominating. And Thanks Gaming with the multiple 3-stage evolution Pokemon on their side that requires so much scaling, we haven't really seen them hit their stride yet.
All right, I unplugged and plugged my microphone back in. That holds like my headphones, and now everything's perfect. So it was 1,000% on me. But let's talk about the game. Great. Yeah. We figured it out. We're problem solvers. We're problem solvers. I don't know what the deal was, but either way, Thanks Gaming, still a little bit behind here.
Yeah, they're trying to get some picks. I really feel like this Slowbro counter picks them so well. Great eject button there out of the surf of the Blastoise, and they are going to try to catch this Greedent here, who's in a very dangerous position, but that Squirrel figures out how to get out of everything.
They really do. Charizard goes down. Glaceon sets the Glacial Stage, going to look to shred it through this Clefable as a double KO for Glaceon. Blastoise going to surf a couple Pokemon into harm's way, but it's actually their own Pokemon that are in harm's way because Gengar takes the Blastoise. It's going to be the Greedent that's next on the chopping block. That's a 4 KO streak for this Glaceon. Looking for a fifth, but Metagross going to set the stage, but they go down. That might have been the 5 KO streak. Looking for more. It's going to be on this Clefable. Psyduck gets credit for that one, and Exodia is just taking it to Thanks Gaming this match.
Yeah, they just can't do anything about this Glaceon. It was such a good pick for them, and they will be able to grab this Slowbro. 18 points going to go into that bot side for the Lucario, while the Mega Charizard is Mega Evolved, trying to use this opportunity to look for a pickup on this Glaceon, but they're not going to be able to get it. Just too many Icicle Spears.
And Blastoise going down. This Glaceon is absolutely demolishing Thanks Gaming. Level 12, the highest level in the game right now. And now you have to deal with this Mega Lucario who's going to be able to take all these objectives by themselves. Greedent's going to try to penetrate this front line, disabled by the Psychic from the Psyduck, or sorry, the Disable from the Psyduck. Another set of Icicle Spears this time, once again into the Greedent. And now Thanks Gaming having to defend from this Regieleki. Good Blastoise push, has the Hydro Typhoon, gonna line it up, but Slowbro is gonna immediately meet them with a Slow Beam. Regieleki gonna try to find his home in this T2 goal zone, and it certainly does.
Yeah, it doesn't matter at all. It was such a great setup too. The Metagross Unite move into the Blastoise Unite move, it was perfectly set, and then the Slowbro just just destroys that momentum. But Thanks Gaming not giving up. They're gonna get 2 KOs here in their own central area, so they're trying to keep it close, but 358 to 60. It feels like maybe this was the score comp that Exodia was looking for in game one.
Certainly, 358, 60, 330 on the clock. Probably some of the last moments we'll get to see some Unite moves before this Kyogre. No Charizard Unite move. You have the Blastoise and a Clefable. What if they do want to expend it? Blastoise tried to serve, but unfortunately unable to hit anybody, so we might not see any of those Unite moves fly. Instead, Thanks Gaming making a pivot towards this T1, trying to look for a push, but this disable from the Psyduck has been looking really strong and annoying.
Yeah, 50 points going in the bottom path from Lucario as well. Suddenly, we have them doing the score comp and the rest of the team following. Metagross gonna go in on this Slowbro here, trying to get another KO, but that thing is tanky, and the rest of the team will show up here. Clefable actually using a Unite move here, and they will be able to pick up a couple high-value KOs, but I wonder how valuable that Unite move actually is.
Glaceon able to skirt a lot of the damage from that Metagross, and I think Thanks Gaming probably takes that goal zone if they do not escape that. Instead, Clefable gonna int for their Unite move charge, just try to get that back before this Kyogre. Right now, 408 to 60 with a potential home walking Regieleki on the map.
Yeah, I mean, even if we see Thanks Gaming get... Oh, that was a great
Wow.
steal there from Blastoise. That's going to be huge for them. Well, the fight's
Okay.
breaking out right here before the 2-minute mark, Kyle.
Okay, yeah, Charizard cake into the skies. Lucario and Psyduck down. Blastoise, Hydro Typhoon, gonna try to take down another. Gengar goes down. Glaceon trying to go through with their Glacial Stage. They get canceled, but they still take out a Pokemon. That's a double KO. They're gonna look to shred through this Clefable's HP bar, and they do. That's a 3-piece combo. Metagross, the lone member of Thanks Gaming standing.
Yeah, Clefable trying to make sure that the Metagross stays up, but this Glaceon absolutely saving the game right now. There's nothing that Thanks Gaming can do to get onto this Pokemon in the backline. They just can't do enough damage before the damage from the Icicle Spears are hitting them and shredding them to 0 HP. Thanks Gaming needs a refight here. They have a Clefable Unite move, but that's all they have, and there's still a Glacial Stage that's yet to be set on the field.
Blastoise looking for an engage, getting disabled by the Psyduck. Healed up from the Clefable. More Icicle Spears coming through on this Glaceon, who just has not been able to get touched here. There's a nice little gravity. Now some of the Unite moves start to fly. That's the Clefable looking to go on in. Metagross and Clefable immediately eviscerated, but Charizard's taken to the sky now. Mega Lucario goes down, and so does Slowbro. Blastoise still up, has a Unite move. Hydro Typhoon hits the Duck, hits the Gengar. Gengar going underground. Phantom Ambush looking for a target. They're dangerously low. Instead, they're going for a score. 100 points in on the backside. Exodia, with everybody down on Thanks Gaming, is forced a game 5.
Wow, what a game. I mean, I don't know why you're targeting anything besides that Glaceon, because that's what's doing the most damage the fastest there. So with 20 seconds left, Thanks Gaming just gonna have to run out the timer here. 508 to 76. I feel like maybe this is actually the score comp that we needed.
It really is. Exodia has evened the series. We go to an all-important Game 5 that will decide the champion of the AUL Season 11.
Yeah, all of a sudden, we're seeing the Exodia that I feel like you were saying is unstoppable earlier. Like, they did not look as solid coming into the set, but now forcing a Game 5 here, bringing out the Gengar too. And, we're just being reminded as to why teams still ban that Pokemon out from Eterna.
Backs against the wall, 11 KOs, 11 assists from them, but I feel like the MVP has to be Sarah on this Glaceon. 15 KOs, 11 assists, that Penta KO in the middle of all of that, and man, it just looked like Exodia was just going to steamroll that game. It got really close there at that 2-minute mark. Unfortunate for Thanks Gaming. They weren't able to convert all those KOs that they were looking for. And again, it's Sarah standing tall on that Glacial Stage that hadn't been set, but they were able to survive the onslaught of all those Unites.
Yeah, I mean, what a set. What a grand finals here. And look
I
at
mean,
the damage. Oh,
oh my
God,
goodness.
117k damage. So much of it being soaked up by this Greedent. I really do think that Exodia hard out drafted Thanksgiving here. The Greedent, not a great call, and the Metagross, it's fine, but not great for the composition that it was facing into. And that, all things considered there, Thanksgiving put on a really good fight throughout the entirety of that match, and they almost had it there. If they were able to get that Glaceon down in that that fight that broke out in the top path, then I feel like they definitely win that game.
It certainly seemed like it. It certainly like seemed like it was going to be their opportunity, but again, that Glaceon was just so strong in those big moments. I mean, just finding a way to survive, avoid a lot of the damage. I guess that's what happens when you don't really have a speedster. The Greedent tried to get on top of it, but Glaceon just like fully shreds those tankier Pokemon. And yeah, incredible stuff here from Exodia. Very poised in those elimination games back to back, forcing that game 5. And this is going to be for, I have to talk to, I actually did talk with my lawyers, and they said I could say it's for all the marbles. They said it's fine.
Wow, did they? They said that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, lawyers said it's fine.
Wow. Interesting. Who's Alex, and why are they missing?
I don't know.
I know it's not me.
I want to know how they lost him. Did you leave? Was it you? Are you gone?
I'm like I'm trying, chat.
Husky's hanging on by a thread here. If you need to go to bed, you could go to bed. I could handle it solo.
If he's gone.
Husky's trying her best to not crash out on whoever this Alex is.
Dude, I'm tired, Alex.
Yeah, you
right
are,
now.
honestly.
That's me. That's me, dude. And Blue Kiro's the lawyer.
Blue Kiro's the lawyer, yeah.
Blue Kiro.
Kiro has my back on this. They said I could say it's for all the marbles. Yeah, that's true.
Okay, great. Perfect. I'm glad. So we've lost a team member.
We've lost a team. Malice tag in for game 5. I don't know where Malice is, honestly.
I don't know where he is. You guys want to see my... I just changed sensors, so this is the one that was on me.
Okay.
And I'm actually keeping them all so that I can look at all of them at the end of the year. So this is the little tiny, if you can see it, the little needle that sticks in my skin for 10 days straight.
That can't be pleasant, right?
Reads my blood. I mean, most of the time it doesn't feel like anything. Where's Draco? Draco, are you serious? Can I go to bed? Draco, I'm so serious. It has to be all of the marbles and not some. So true. Tag Draco in, but juke him and tag out Kyle too.
It'd be like WWE. Be like, I'm tagging you in, but then I pull you and then like the people's elbow or whatever. That's a thing that they did, right? That's the Rock's move. People's elbow.
What?
Yeah, I don't know. I
don't even know what that means.
Me neither, honestly. I never really do.
He's in game! Draco, I'm gonna kill you. AFK. Who's resetting games? Who's Alex?
I assume tired Alex is Alex. Yeah, the tired guy. Did they fall asleep? That's what I need to know. I need to know.
He said he's resuing. For those of you who don't know, that's also my name, and I'm also tired. We are the same. Me and you, tired Alex, we're the same.
I'm tired. I'm tired, Kyle. Hopefully we get the R's soon.
There are. Send it.
Send it. Send it. Holy.
So scuffed.
Alrighty.
Type Huskyle for Worlds if you want this kind of scuffed commentary in your official.
Yeah, in your official Unite. In your official.
We are all tired, Alex.
Yeah, Huskyle for Worlds. We'll get there. We'll get there someday. All right, let's get into it. Game number 5. We're here. It is the last match of the evening, the last map. All the marbles on the line. Thanksgiving on your purple side, Exodia on your orange side. Getting through the bans. I'm not surprised. We gotta get that Gengar away from Exodia.
Every single marble that exists.
Yep.
And Thanks Gaming still just banning out things that they don't want Exodia to have. They saw a taste of the Gengar. They don't want to see it again. They're getting rid of it. They saw one Delphox. They're getting rid of it. They didn't care about the Glaceon. They know exactly what they're doing with it. And Thanks Gaming going to lock in the Slowbro first pick.
Slowbro first pick. Gonna lock in that and then potentially lock in another Pokemon at those Kyogre fights, and we'll see. We'll see what Exodia lines up. I think this Megachar Y, certainly a fantastic choice. And this Psyduck was really annoying for Thanksgiving to deal with in Game 4.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good thing to invade with as well, which we know that Exodia is constantly going to be doing. So the Psyduck offers a lot of options for them, especially in that early game. Now, Thanks Gaming, considering a couple different picks here, they are going to take the Vaporeon. I was going to say, leaving the Vaporeon open is interesting. But this time, we're going to be seeing a second Charizard hitting the Thea Sky Ruins. Mr. President, a second Charizard has hit the draft screen.
We see the President Decidueye. That's going to be the big question towards the end of Thanksgiving's draft. They've loved this pick throughout the evening. Have not taken it over the last 2 games, though. Said Exodia is going to line up that Mewtwo Y and the Mega Lucario. So 3 Megas on the side of Exodia. And no hesitation for Thanksgiving.
Oh my
JKDX
God.
locking in the Greninja.
Oh my God, and we've got the Comfey, real Comfey bot coming out here. One of them. There's like 5 right now, right? Real Comfey bots.
Yep.
Yeah, there's a good amount of them. If you don't know what I'm talking about, I'm happy for you.
Yeah.
But it's interesting from Thanks Gaming because again, we're really depending on 2 Pokemon for like a ton of damage. And it looks like, both the Slowbro and the Vaporeon gonna kind of be playing this pseudo defender, pseudo damage dealer role, because we've got the choice specs on that Slowbro, which I think that means we'll be seeing Scald, and then for Vaporeon it looks like we're set up for a flip turn potentially.
Yeah.
So just like pseudo defender, a lot of disruption here, whereas for Exodia we're not going with any defenders. We're gonna have our EXP share that's gonna be floating around the enemy central area, and then everything else is just going to be going in and trying to do damage.
Certainly going to try. We'll see how Exodia tries to invade for I assume 5th time. I mean, I think it's probably going to be this Psyduck on the hunt once again. If you're Thanks Gaming, do you maybe send 2 Pokemon in the central area once again?
I mean, it's game 5. Send it, dude. Like, just send it. Just do it. Pulling out the Greninja in game 5, I feel like is cinematic as well. Pulling out both of the Mega Charizards on the same map, not on the same side, but they're brothers at odds with each other. It's going to be an interesting game.
It's game 5 for all the marbles. The finals of the AUL Season 11 hangs on the line. Thanks Gaming on your purple side, Exodia on your orange side, Central Area for Mimikyu, and the Greninja. It's actually going to be the Mewtwo from Exodia that's making their way for the invade.
Yeah, you gotta keep them guessing. The Psyduck goes to the bottom path. Thanks Gaming makes the call. They're not invading. And then all of a sudden, there's Mewtwo Y in the enemy central area. The good news is Greninja does a little bit better here fighting in the central area. And they will be able to take down this Mewtwo Y early. That's a pretty good start for Thanks Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, getting a KO right there, massive. Slowing down this Mewtwo Y, which notably has a fantastic early game and kind of a bullying path. You kind of take that win if you can. So Thanks Gaming kind of coming out ahead. Going to look for Secure with the Slowbro on this Baltoy. Would get them evolved if they're able to do so. But Exodia playing with some tempo. Mewtwo coming to the top path along with the central area Pokemon. They're able to take that away from the Slowpoke who can evolve.
Yeah, Slowpoke in this top path, kind of playing in that all-rounder role. And look at this, Greninja taking down the Mewtwo Y again. They are not having a good time. This is a play rough Mimikyu as well. And they will hit the wrong Greninja.
Yeah, they did hit the wrong Greninja. That's actually something very interesting to watch for as this game kind of moves forward towards the middle stage. Can they hit the right target? Charizard X, actually the one that's pretty low here. Gonna be Vaporeon trying to hold them upright, but the Surf gets the best of them. Psyduck gets that KO. They're gonna have a little bit of a fight here over this Baltoy. Lucario gets it.
Yeah, Lucario is gonna be able to get a couple of stacks in, but this is already shaping up to be a very competitive game. Number 5, the Slowbro jumps in, looking for Secures here. I'm pretty sure that is Scald. But you gotta be careful here because Scald gets canceled a lot, and if Lucario's boosted attack hits the Slowbro, it will cancel the Scald. So it's gonna be interesting to see how that shapes up.
No KOs found just yet. Psyduck putting in a lot of work. It's actually going to be Mewtwo for Exodia that takes this objective, and 3 members immediately eviscerated for Thanks Gaming.
Ooh.
So Exodia gets a little bit of revenge. They're also going to push this T1 goal zone on the bottom side, 30 points, as well as another 5 in. And Thanks Gaming now kind of on their heels.
Yeah, I can't really see even which Charizard is which, honestly, because they're both Charmeleon right now, and one of them just got out of that fight on less than 1 HP. I'm pretty sure it was in the negatives, and somehow it still did not go down. But 7 seconds left on this top objective. We're going to see the roulette, and teams, it looks like Thanks Gaming more so gathering in that top path, looking for an opportunity to push that goal zone, whereas Exodia looking to center around this bottom path.
They're going to look to push this T1 goal zone. Psyduck is going to hit that disable button, try to stun up Thanks Gaming, defend this T1 pad. Another 2 points in from Greninja as the Slowbro going to be the first thing that falls there. And it's Vaporeon the next pin to fall, and Regieleki goes towards Exodia on the bottom side, and it's Regirock on the top side, also earned by Exodia.
Yeah, I mean, you had most members of Thanks Gaming going up into that top path trying to make sure that they won at least one of those paths. But instead, Exodia takes both of them, turns it around, and takes every single fight in this game so far. It does mean we do have a Greninja Unite move that they might be able to use, but can it deal with the Mega Charizard Y Unite move that is inevitable?
And there it is, right? There's that that Seismic Slam. There is that Water Burst Shuriken, Mega Charizard Y, dangerously low, Vaporeon down, and it's this Mimikyu that's putting in a clinic for Exodia as this T2 goal zone is threatened, and it's down to 26.
Yeah, that is a lot of Megas at once. And we didn't have the other Mega Charizard online just yet. So with the level differential here, you're kind of trying to fight a bunch of Unite moves with just one Unite move. Once Thanks Gaming can get some more experience on the board, it's going to be a lot easier for them to get into some of these fights. But instead, here we go. We do have the other Mega Charizard coming out. Mega Charizard X going to try to stop this Mewtwo. They will be able to catch up to them. ultimately taking them down.
Oh, yeah, they're also going to take this Mimikyu down. Psyduck going to almost get away on one. A basic auto is going to be the key to take that thing back to the Pokemon Center. So Thanks Gaming getting a little bit of revenge so far. However, the score line telling a different story. 241-94. Exodia is still in the lead here in both points and in levels.
I mean, yeah, the levels too, right? You've got a couple level 11s already on Exodia, and Thanks Gaming does not have it quite yet. And Lucario, another Mega Evolution for them. They're going to try to chase out Thanks Gaming. They will be able to get the Mega Charizard X, but Greninja comes back in with the Water Burst Shuriken. They will be able to pick up one.
They're going to take one. Mega Charizard Y now hits the Seismic Slam button, takes out a couple of Pokemon, and it's going to be another 1-2 with that Comfey attached to another. That's 3 Pokemon down. Make it an additional. Try to save this T1 goal zone, but a 50-point dunk. That's 46 over. Exodia extending their already almost suffocating lead here.
It feels like Exodia just kind of handed Thanks Gaming those first 2 games just to set them up to feel like they were about to win, and then just took it right back and started strangling them with the amount of point leads that they're having. Greninja, though, looking pretty good. They're looking for an opportunity here. The other Charizard is online. They will take down Mewtwo Y.
Okay, play with me onto the correct. Greninja is going to slow down that push. However, Greninja still getting the last laugh, taking out the Psyduck. Looking to also go into the Mega Form is this Lucario, and they're immediately going to take down a Pokemon as you see a little bit of an advancement for this Regidrago. Greninja joining the fray, looking to fight on the outskirts against this Mega Lucario. Comfey helping with those flowery fields. Sorry, not the flowery fields, but those mystical leaves. Looking pretty good here. Greninja looking to take down this Regidrago. Mewtwo Y looking to wait in the tall grass, unable to get the KO, and they go down back to the Pokemon Center.
These teams just scrapping back and forth the entire game, and now suddenly we've got a level 13 Greninja. It's still anybody's game. The point lead definitely in Exodia's advantage, but we've seen Thanks Gaming come back from this before. With 3 minutes on the clock, it's still going to be up to Thanks Gaming to make that move in the fight, but Exodia is looking really solid. They're a bit ahead on levels, they're a bit ahead on score, and they're going to be able to get a Regieleki here going toward that tier 2 goal zone.
It's going to be important because it's going to give them a little bit of space to set up for this Kyogre. 20 seconds, 200 points separate them. Husky, what do you need to do if you're Thanks Gaming?
Yeah, I mean, you could... I don't know. I forgot.
Honestly, fair.
You can't go for the, you have to be the one to take the fight, and you have to take one of these megas out of the fight. So you've got a slow beam, but you've only got one slow beam. So you have to set it up, make sure that you're setting yourself up for success. Charizard coming to flank around the back line. They will pick up the Mimikyu, and then immediately go down here to the other Charizard.
And Lucario's now in Mega Form. They're going to take out 3 Pokemon. Thanks Gaming falling down like flies. Exodia looking to take Kyogre. One last breath for the Slowpoke, and it's not there. It's too slow. Exodia's flipped the script. They come back from 2-0. They're looking to push these goal zones. They're getting their points in. 390, 94, 490. It is a stranglehold. Exodia likely going to be crowned your champions.
The reverse sweep from Exodia is crazy, losing those first 2 games and coming back to win 3 in a row, 490 to 94. Thanks Gaming, with a minute left, has to really win a team fight here against Exodia and get some of these shields. It's not looking like it's going to happen. Charizard goes down. They will yield over the Greninja shield. No, they will not. They'll get reverse team wiped once again. Exodia gonna take this one, becoming your Articuno League Season 11 champions.
Heading towards center stage after depositing all of their points. There they are, all 5 members around the Kyogre, which they triumphantly took down in your Game 5. Exodia, Season 11, Articuno Unite League champions. They're holding the crown strong.
Yeah.
pings.
There they are. Mm-hmm. Thanks. Right?
Thanks.
You gotta make sure you thanks them.
gotta hit
There's
the
the mega.
Kid. There's the mega. Insane. What a comeback. I'm tired.
Yeah, great.
I'm
great
tired.
playing there from Exodia. 3-2. That's gonna wrap it up. Let's just wrap it up.
Wrap it up. Alrighty. 570, 146 gonna be your final here. Exodia taking it to Thanksgiving. 3 straight games after Thanksgiving. Won those first 2. Exciting stuff here. But they are your champions. GG's to all the players, all the teams that made it through our bracket. I'm gonna put the bracket up there. Actually, I haven't updated it since we did that. So let's go ahead and update it. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Bam. And I need to hit the update button. I have to hit the update button. For some reason, these brackets don't update automatically like Start GG does. But there it is. Exodia, your champions. 3-2 over Thanksgiving. Number 3 seed.
Oh.
Wow.
I've been up for 18 hours. Should I just stay up the extra 6?
Why not? No, we go to bed. Alrighty. That said, fantastic stuff. Got to give a couple shout outs before we go. Obviously, thank you, Shabab, for coming through and helping out with our observing the last couple sets. Good shout out to our good friend Bina, who had to exit a little bit early, take care of her little puppy who needed a little bit of attention. Husky, thank you for casting with me all day. Shout out to Maul, as well as Thub, Umi, everybody who is organizing the AUL over this season. Pretty exciting stuff. More to come in the next couple weeks, so stay tuned for what we have in store. Any final thoughts, Husky, before we get on out? I know you're really tired. I know I'm tired too.
Great job. Time for bed.
Yep, that's fair. Alrighty.
I gotta rest my voice until tomorrow.
Okay. Alrighty. Well, we will go ahead and end here. Until then, trainers, we'll be back tomorrow, 3 p.m. Eastern time, same time. Well, not same time, but same place here on Twitch and YouTube. We'll be streaming the off-stream broadcast for North America, so don't miss that out. Also, make sure to follow our good friends Unity Clash as well as Gotlu for the EUL version of that early tomorrow morning. I believe 9 a.m. Eastern is going to be that start for the off-stream EU, and then LATAM on, I believe, Articuno Unite's channel as well. So with that said, we will see you tomorrow, everybody. Good job. I'm tired. I'm going to bed. All right. Bye, everybody. Bye.
Bedtime.
Bye, bed.
Good night.